Little afternoon baseball in lower downtown Denver. You got to love it. Beautiful afternoon. The Rockies and Arizona Diamondbacks completing this mini two-game series. The Rockies win last night 6-1, and tomorrow interleague play will begin with the Seattle Mariners coming to town. But first things first, the Rockies are looking to make it 3 straight. Welcome inside Coors Field, everybody. With George Frazier, I'm Drew Goodman. Jamie Moyer, very good last night, and enough offense.
A lot of offense. It was nice to see. Jamie was obviously on top of his ball game. Why? He threw strikes. He didn't nibble to the corners a lot. He threw it right down the middle, got some ground ball outs. But today's starters, looking at Trevor Cahill going against Juan Nicasio. Nicasio very, very good at home. Cahill very good out on the road, 2-1. With a 195 earned run average out on the road. He's yet to win a ball game at home with a very high earned run average. Super sinkers, folks. You're going to see an awful lot of these and a lot of ground ball outs. He'll throw the fastball anywhere from 89 to 93 with that heavy sink. He also has curveball, slider, and a changeup mix. But more importantly, he will rely on that sinker to get him through innings. And then Nicasio, I mean, he's a guy that you look at him against the Dodgers, you go, wow. You know, you look at him when he faced the Atlanta Braves, you're like, uh-oh. And I think this is the guy they're looking for. The guy that was out in L.A. when it's 7 innings, 5 hits, a run, 0 walks, and 9 strikeouts. Total dominance with his fastball. The slider's coming. The split finger changeup is starting to be developed even that much more. But he dominated that Dodger lineup.
He dominated. It begins with the fastball, and also the key will be the second time through the lineup for Juan Nicasio.
It will be. That first time through the lineup under 200, second time through over the 350 range, and that's got to change.
Hopefully today is another good day for Juan Nicasio. Last night was a very good evening for Dexter Fowler. We'll talk about the Rockies center fielder next.
before he gets ready to play center field against the Diamondbacks. Rockies in Arizona, Game 2. We are moments away from first pitch. Dexter Fowler, as Drew and George said, got it done last night. His 8th 3-hit game. And let me tell you, Dexter is getting it done against Arizona. You see the numbers against the Diamondbacks? Those are the best against any team in the NL West. Average, extra base hits, home runs. He owns the Diamondbacks. Interesting enough, Don Baylor, his former hitting coach, is now on the other side, and they had a little fun talking about one another.
I was walking out with Groove yesterday, and he goes, "Hey, man, you only hit against us." I go, "Oh, for real?" I go, "That's because you're always in the dugout talking on that mess."
Got on him last year, and he hadn't had any home runs. I think he ended up with 3 or 4 over there in Arizona. So I thought I'd just lay off of him the last couple of days. But, you know, he seems coming alive seems like when I'm around.
That, by the way, is a great relationship between Fowler and Baylor. They're having fun. Let's hope Dex continues to get it done. Again, hitting 8th and playing center field here this afternoon against the Arizona Diamondbacks. Todd Helton back in the lineup at first base. Michael Kadire going to get a day of rest. Tyler Colvin keeps his bat in the lineup. He'll be in right field for the Rockies. This short 2-game series against Arizona winds up here this afternoon under the sun at 20th and Blade. The battle is next. First pitch coming up on Root Sports.
On Root Sports is brought to you by your neighborhood Toyota stores. Toyota, moving forward. By CenturyLink, fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. And by Southwest Airlines, find our fares online only at Southwest.com. These are scenics from down south in the Colorado Springs area, the Garden of the Gods. And if you have not been to the Garden of the Gods, we suggest you get down there. Frazier out at the crack of dawn this morning, as he likes to do. A little low rock climbing. How was that face? How long did it take you to scale that face, George?
I was out at the crack of dawn, but I was not on the side of that mountain.
What would it take you to do that, George?
How long?
No, what would it take
Nothing.
you?
I go do that. I go do that in a heartbeat. How long it would take me? Better be a whole lot of
We could raise
sack lunches.
Yeah, we could raise.
I can tell you that.
We could raise a lot of money.
I'd do that.
People want to see you scale that face right there. I'd be cheering you on. Buy an extra insurance policy on you.
That's fine.
Juan Nicasio getting ready to take the mound for the Rockies. He's been very good in his career at home, and He's coming off that performance we talked about in Los Angeles where he was terrific. Got the no decision, but 7 innings, 1 run allowed, struck out 9, didn't walk a batter. Gerardo Parra, not in the ball game last night as a starter. He pinch hit late, and he will be leading things off. Here's the rest of the Southwest lineup for Kirk Gibson. Willie Bloomquist will bat second. He had yesterday off as well. Justin Upton scuffling at the plate. Miguel Montero had yesterday off, one of the top offensive catchers in the game. Jason Kubel, Paul Goldschmidt, Ryan Roberts, Aaron Hill, who batted second last night, will slide down to the 8th spot, and then Trevor Cahill. Juan Nicasio making his 8th start, the 2-1 record, and in Coors Field 6-2 lifetime. And that's usually what you worry about, George, with starting pitchers for the Rockies. How are they going to handle pitching at Coors Field? He's handled it just fine.
Has no problem with it. Matter of fact, his 3.98 earned run average ranks near the top of starters at Coors Field with 10 or more starts. Hey, he'll look forward to using that hard fastball again. He'll throw the split change. He'll also show the slider. Let's see how he works against this lineup that's going to send Parra up first. Guy with a little bit of speed at the top of the lineup. A Gold Glover a year ago, was a catalyst for their ball club. I think it'll be interesting how the table gets set early. They're a lineup in the lineup as far as the Arizona Diamondbacks are concerned.
Defensively, the Rockies will have Cargo in left field. Dexter Fowler is in center field. Tyler Colvin, he's been all over the place lately. Starting center, started first last night. He is in right today. Michael Kadire being given the first part of the days off. Pacheco, Tulowitzki, Scudero, Helton back in there. And Ramon Hernandez with the tools of ignorance on. Little afternoon baseball. Rockies and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Rockies win last night 6-1. They limited the Diamondbacks to 7 hits. Rockies are 9-10 at home this year. Diamondbacks, George, actually have been slightly better on the road than they've been at Chase Field. Out on the road, they're 9-10, and they're 7-12 at home.
Starting pitching's been much better out on the road than it has at home. Beautiful day for baseball. 77 degrees. No humidity. Winds out of the east at 5.
And a line drive right at Marco Scudero. So Parra is retired. That'll bring up Willie Bloomquist.
Well, good way to wake up today. A little hard line drive, first play. Yep, 1 o'clock afternoon game and the play made.
Willie Bloomquist pretty much playing shortstop on an everyday basis while Stephen Drew continues to rehab from that ugly ankle injury of a year ago. That's a strike, 1-1. Drew's playing games now. Chris Young's getting closer to coming back. In fact, for Visalia yesterday, he hit a grand slam. He's going to move to AAA next. They hope to have back in the weekend. Oh, man. Nicasio gets it in the leg, throws to first in time for the out. And Keith Duggar on the jog going out there. And I know what you're all thinking at home. That's the first time he has gotten hit since that August day of a year ago.
See, his hand went back there a little bit too. It didn't get any part of the arm. I know Keith was looking at the arm a little bit, Keith Duggar.
Tell you what, this is one tough young man. Do you see how he bounded up the hill to the rubber, George? Almost as if he's hacked off.
Well, he got hit with a pitch. He's trying to show them he's ready to go. I mean, that's just, you know, after what he's been through, it's an important deal pushing off with that back leg. Does everything still feel normal to you? Are you feeling anything at all?
George, did you, I assume, obviously, in your lengthy career, you got hit on the leg or somewhere on the torso. Did it give you pause to throw the ball in the outer third of the plate at times because of that, knowing that you know that ball's the type of ball low and away that could come back at you?
No, see, this is what I want to see right here. Nope, just caught him right in the cheek. I thought maybe hit off the hand, but to answer your question, no. Obviously, I didn't get hit the way he did. You know, where you break your neck and all that kind of stuff. I didn't have that happen to me, where, you know, coming back at you on plays like that. But got hit in the leg, got hit in the lower leg, upper leg, got hit in the back with a line drive.
2 outs, nobody on, and Justin Upton coming up. And that pitch misses to Upton at 94, ball 1.
Now you just, what your concern is as a trainer is if the leg being hit stiffen up and then all of a sudden you start to alter the delivery and the arm angles and arm slots because of that, then that's when you can create an arm injury.
Back-to-back sliders, 2 balls and a strike. Upton is 8 for his last 49 at the plate, a 163 average. And this year, just 3 for 27 when they're runners in scoring position. So it's been a slow start for the very talented Justin Upton. 3-1.
Crazy one going on in Colorado Springs today, 8-6 through 6. They're winning.
Good heater away, and it's 3-2. I wonder if that thumb is lingering at all for Upton. He missed a few games 3rd week of April with the jammed left thumb. Had that fluid drained from it. And the 3-2 at 96, he didn't fire at it. So a 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Miguel Montero.
He's part of the 8 lineup I was talking about with Bloomquist, Parra on the left side, and then Montero. The way he swings the bat, their everyday catcher, swinging the bat against the Rockies through his career. It's been something to watch at times.
He's faced Nicasio only 1 time, and he hit a home run off him.
More home runs against the Rockies since the start of 2011 than any other player. He and Freeman both have 8. Kemp 7, Loney 6, Upton 6.
Montero, like virtually everybody else in this Diamondback lineup, has not hit their stride offensively. He's not hit a home run since April the 14th, and he's been doing a lot of that, talking to people around the Diamondback club. Really big swings, George.
Big swings, trying to hit the ball out of the ballpark versus that short compact swing you're so used to seeing from him. That's just four-seam fastball, a little late run on it. Foul tipped into the glove of Hernandez.
Upton a threat to steal at first. Arizona likes to run. They're tied for 3rd in the league in stolen bases with 30. Miami's leading. They have 44. Rockies will see Miami in the new stadium next week. You know, Reyes and Bonifacio in that lineup. You know they're going to run.
They will run. Hanley Ramirez could still run a little bit. not as much as he used to as he's gotten much bigger. That ball club's playing a lot better baseball than at the start of the season after they've gotten all the turmoil out of the way with their manager. 20-17, 3 back right now.
2-1 on Montero. And he lost the grip on that bottom hand. Those are the numbers George was speaking of at Coors Field for Miguel. Cargo does this once in a while, George. Loses the bottom hand a little bit.
Well, it gets pinched off by that top, and what's happened then is it hurts, so you let go of it. Top hand slide down and apply pressure with the bat speed coming through.
2-2. And he runs the count full. 3-2. Been up in the zone a little bit. Helton will move behind Upton. Upton will be off with the pitch. 3-2 with 2 outs. Top of inning number 1. Rockies looking for their 16th victory of the year. 15-21 coming in. Ball 4, and now he's walked back to back. Upton and Montero, and Jason Kubel is coming to the plate.
That's kind of one of Art Fowler's old favorite sayings. You can't catch a walk. You got to be able to throw the ball over the plate and force the issue. So now you start to wonder a little bit, is that back leg not allowing him to sit on it long enough? Spinning off a little bit at the finish of this thing. Hernandez, the more he's caught these guys now, understanding each delivery, can go out and give a little word of advice, try to straighten it out.
Toyota Talk each and every day, 6th inning. It's when we do it. Toyota is the word that you text, followed by a space. Questions, comments to 720-720. Learn about it, winning a $500 gas card as well. Kubel at 295. And he takes a strike. Kubel, so many years overlapping with Michael Kadire and a lot of success for those Minnesota Twins clubs. Not so much this year. They've had some quality clubs for Ron Gardenhire. 0-2 on Kubel. Have a group of guys in the middle of that lineup named Mauer, Morneau, Kadire, Kubel. Pretty good stuff.
When they're all healthy. Unfortunately, that has not been the case so far. That's a bad situation. These two leave, the other hurt a lot. First inning struggles a little bit with the velocity and also with the command of that velocity. I like to see catchers just set up right down the middle and say, here you go, throw it. If it's going to run, it'll run. If it sinks, it sinks. If it cuts, it cuts. But I'm going to sit in the middle, try to give you a solid target to throw to. That's something Hernandez, so quiet back there behind the plate.
One and two on Kubel. And just misses away. 2-2. Trying to shave that corner. And George, that will drive pitching coaches and managers nuts. You're 94-96. Don't shave corners.
Make the pitch.
Make a pitch. Now all of a sudden it's back level at 2-2. So Kubel's back in the count.
Back into a fastball count. You got a breaking ball. It's not there. 81-mile-an-hour slider, pretty good pitch. He didn't fire at it. It fooled everybody, including the umpire, because we're going to take a look on the Ford strike zone to see exactly where it was. Just caught it.
But now you get one in the gap. It's 2-0 as you walk to another 3-2 count. You've thrown 22 pitches here in the first inning. An inning you had 2 quick outs. Here's the 3-2. Swung on and missed. So Nicasio works out of a self-induced jam. 3-2 pitch as we go to the bottom of the first inning. The Rockies will begin things with Marco Scutaro. We'll take a look at the rest of the lineup for the Rockies, brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Jordan Pacheco will bat second. Cargo in his customary third spot in the lineup. Tulowitzki will bat cleanup. Todd Helton back in there. He's batting fifth. Tyler Colvin, Ramon Hernandez, Dexter Fowler, and Juan Nicasio to face the guy who produced more ground balls than anybody in the American League a year ago, Trevor Cahill. And he had that super sinker working on April 15th against the Rockies, allowing a run on 4 hits in 7 1/3.
See that road record, 2-1, 195, and you do mention the fact that once he goes in those first 5 innings, you let him settle in, he's pretty good. 257 earned run average. After the 5th, though, it gets interesting. 7.71 earned run average. He's 0-3, 648 at Chase Field. But mention those road numbers, it has been pretty dominant. He's only given up 1 home run in 50 2/3 innings so far this year in 8 starts.
Here's the 2-0 to Scutaro. Marco last night 0 for 4, hit 3 balls in the air to left field, popped to short. Way inside and a 4-pitch walk. Last night the Rockies scored 6 runs. It was all about the production of the bottom half of the lineup, really the bottom third of the lineup. Let's look at Chevy's dare to compare. The Chevy Equinox, 32 highway miles per gallon, outperforms its competitors. Chevy made for Colorado. Colvin had a triple. Cargo had a run-scoring single. Tulo threw out a hit, but it was the guys at the bottom. Pacheco, Dexter, of course, was the big star, 3 for 3, single, double, triple, and Jamie Moyer's infield single that produced 2 runs. And you got to like that when you have the depth in your lineup where the pressure's not always on the 3, 4, 5 guys. Not that they don't want to perform, not that they aren't expected to perform, but truth be told, it's not going to happen every day.
Truth be told, too, they're going to be pitched a little differently than 6, 7, and 8.
Yes. And this ball is in the air to left. Kubel makes the catch, 1 out. That'll bring up Cargo. Diamondbacks defensively, Kubel leading baseball with 6 assists in left field. Gerardo Parra, Gold Glover a year ago. Justin Upton's in right field. Ryan Roberts at third. Bloomquist has played a steady short. Aaron Hill at second. Goldschmidt at first. Miguel Montero really improved his catching tremendously the last couple of years. He's now above average.
Well, get your tickets today for the May 18th, 19th, and 20th as interleague play kicks off with the Rockies and the Seattle Mariners. 1-800-388-ROCK or ColoradoRockies.com for tickets for this weekend series.
1 ball, 1 strike. Carlos among the league leaders in ribbies. He's got 30. And we're not at the quarter post yet, so you can do the math. Carlos on pace for 30-plus home runs, and if you're into pace, 125, 130 RBIs. And also really on pace to have a 30-30 season. All-time average against the Diamondbacks. Our friend Larry Walker on there, 357, right behind Cargo.
Interesting with this hard sinker. Cahill, not a guy that's in the top 25 right now for double plays induced. Do you think he would be? With his ground ball ratios and everything, his tops and one of the top 5 ground ball guys in baseball. But he's not in the top 25 for inducing a double play ball.
2-2 outfield, very deep for Gonzalez, and they'll check out Scutaro again. Marco's 3 of 5 trying to swipe bases. Strike 3 on the inside corner. That's a rare at bat for Carlos Gonzalez. Not that he struck out. He will strike out some. We all know that. He never swung the bat, George.
He never swung the bat. That's that big wiffle ball sinker that Cahill will throw. See how he really worked to the lower 3/4 side and then pronated, so you're really rolling the ball to the inside. You throw it right at the hitter. You see Cargo jump back thinking the ball was going to get him. And it's strike 3.
Tulowitzki tried to bunt his way on. It's 0-1. Since the start of 2010, Trevor Cahill has 32 victories. This ball is hit in the air to deep left field. Way back, and take a good look. You won't see it for long. Troy Tulowitzki ends the home run drought with a 2-run shot here in the first.
Glad the bunt went foul. An attempted bunt that was not successful. Then Cahill made the mistake, and Tulowitzki made him pay for it.
First home run since April the 27th against the Mets, a span of 67 ABs.
Just second home run given up by Cahill this year in 51 innings. No doubter here. That ball was hit well into the seats in left field.
Helton at the plate in 0-1. That's called a strike. 0-2. Trevor Cahill, who, as George mentioned, rarely gives up the long ball. Gives up his second on the season.
And according to the notes, it's the first home run given up to anyone in this Rockies lineup or on the Rockies club now, according to the notes of the Arizona Diamondbacks and the Rockies. First home run given up to the Rockies.
Helton gets caught looking. Rockies have a 2-0 lead.
The Rockies have the early lead here, top of the second. Mark Stout here at our center field set. I looked up some numbers about the Diamondbacks that will give Rockies fans some faith for this 2012 season. The Rockies, yes, they're still in it, and here's why. Arizona, 16-22 this year after 38 games. They had the same record last year after 38 games. And, of course, they won the NL West with 94 wins. So from this point on, they went 78-46. That's a .630 win percentage. Drew and George, I know you've been talking about what a marathon the season is for baseball. That proves it out from last year about the Diamondbacks.
Well, think back to 2009 when the Rockies won 92 games, most they've ever won in a season. They made the managerial change in the latter part of April. And the Rockies had the best record in baseball from just a little in front of May 1st through the end of the year. It's hard even for the most passionate baseball fan, George, to get their arms around. I was talking to Kirk Gibson about this yesterday. To get their arms around the length of the season. To understand it's not the end of the world when a team doesn't play well for a couple of weeks.
Anytime a fan does that with me, I say, you sit down for 162 nights and watch all 9 innings. Never get out of your chair. Don't go to the bathroom. Don't go get a drink of water. Just sit there and watch the game for 162 ball games. I haven't found one yet. On top of 45 days of spring training, 30 days of spring training games, it's a long, grueling season, and things can turn in a heartbeat. You know, a ball club gets just a little bit of momentum, things can take off.
Well, things could take off, but they won't be in a good way if Juan doesn't all of a sudden harness that fastball as he did in Los Angeles. He's now had a number of deep counts, and he's walked 3. And the pitch counts at 30.
17 of those have been balls. No right to emphasize what you're talking about.
And it's been a continuing theme of late. Since May the 7th, the Rockies, including the 3 today, have walked 44 hitters, which is among the most in baseball. Toronto's had a bad stretch. They've walked 51. The Cubs and Indians are also in the low 40s over the last couple of weeks. That's ball 1 on Ryan Roberts. One and one. Roberts staring down Matt Williams.
What they're really going to do is make you center that fastball. The more you mess with it, the more they're going to take, the more they're going to work you deeper into a ball game. I've talked to a couple of prominent National League scouts, and they tell me the guys in the starting staffs throughout baseball that are doing a better job of things now are the ones that have the ability to throw secondary stuff to front end strikes to start off a lot of the at-bats. It just makes their fastball that much better. And there's a lot of guys like King Felix is coming to town here. Felix Hernandez. Stuff has backed up a little bit, but he's still pitching effectively because of the other 3 pitches that he has.
Well, the good news for the Rockies is King Felix will be here, but he won't be pitching.
Cheerleading.
He is not scheduled to start either of the 3 ball games this weekend against the Rockies.
I like to see Ichiro play the game. An exciting player.
There's a base hit the other way. First and second, nobody out. That'll bring up Aaron Hill. He's got a lot of pop. 5 home runs. Came in the Kelly Johnson deal around the trade deadline last year. Kelly Johnson's doing okay for Toronto. He's hit 8 home runs, about a .260 average.
Nicasio with runners in scoring position this year, 391 average. But he has the right guy at the plate in Aaron Hill because he's hit 152 with runners in scoring position.
One and two. We have Cahill on deck.
Who's not a good hitter, 1 for 24 in his career. This year 0 for 14 with 6 strikeouts. Pretty good job of staying alive on a nasty fastball at 95. Right on the outer half of the plate. It appeared to even cut right at the very end. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermoto shows just barely off the end of the bat of Aaron Hill to stay alive. Good idea, good thought process. Swing and miss on the slider prior to that pitch. Trying to throw the freeze fastball on that outside corner.
And he gets the ball in the air to shallow left. Tulo's going to go out and make the catch. Infield fly rule was in effect. One out, and that'll bring up Trevor Cahill. Well, a step in the right direction on the road for Juan Nicasio, George, in Los Angeles. Road, remembers, where he has struggled.
It has been where he had struggled, and unfortunately in that ball game, he was matched in the game against a difficult starter also, so still came away with nothing but an attaboy on the back, but much improved. Much improved. 7 innings, 5 hits, a run, no walks, 9 strikeouts. He's already walked 3 in the ball game here today.
Hernandez took a shot at Goldschmidt. He's back in.
Well, actually, I think they had to pick off move with the pitcher. And then he went ahead and continued that afterwards because Tulowitzki was all the way wrapped around and showing the glove to Nicasio. He just didn't look back. So they went ahead and threw the ball down with Hernandez and Tulo still standing there.
I mean, defensively, they didn't want Tulowitzki standing on the bag when the pitch was thrown?
Pretty much that's not what they were looking for.
Nice job moving to that throw by Marco Scutaro. Why is it, George? Here's your question of the day. Why is it 80% of pitchers cannot throw the ball to first base without running it over there? If they can throw 95 miles an hour and they can hit a bugs behind from 60 feet 6 inches.
Well, he's not going to run it from that distance, but he needs to be able to air it out from there. A lot of guys try to shorten up the throws. They try to take velocity off the throw, and it ends up doing nothing.
So Gerardo Parra, tough out. Rockies up 2-0, 2 in scoring position. A walk leading off to Goldschmidt and a single by Ryan Roberts. Parra lined to second, leading off the ball game. 2 outs here in the second. And that catches the inside part of the plate. And that's an example, George, going to a secondary pitch.
But it puts it into his head, too. Now Parra's thinking, man, he just threw me a slider for a strike. I think that's what made, quite honestly, Ismail Rogers effective last night. His front end curveballs early in counts. Now you can miss a little bit with the fastball. This is where their ball club, the Arizona Diamondbacks, were so good last year. Second, third, 2 outs with runners in scoring position.
Make a pitch here, 0-2.
All of those come from behind wins that they had a year ago, over 40. 47 come from behind wins a year ago. It was due to getting big hits in big situations.
Here's another 0-2. I like that location. 1-2. This is the 47th pitch already for Nicasio. That'll be a 48 this inning. You don't usually talk about the walks being an issue with Nicasio. They happen today.
Very good fastball command. It's, people look at what he has been able to do over the course. 40 2/3, 12 walks, 35 strikeouts this year.
Yeah, Ramon Hernandez going to jog out to the mound. Nicasio taking a lot of time. They may not be able to. May not be getting on the same page pitch wise. You want to make sure here. Critical situation early in the game. 2-0 Colorado, 2 in scoring position. And a 1-2 count on Parra. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets. Do it today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. And it's 2-2. Jim Reynolds is the home plate umpire. Mike Estabrook at first, James Hoy at second, Jim Joyce at third base. In the air to left field, fairly deep. Cargo's going to go back and he'll make the catch. Nicasio gets Parra with 2 in scoring position. 2-0 Colorado on the home run by Tulowitzki. On last inning by Troy Tulowitzki. Colvin will lead it off, then Hernandez and Fowler against Trevor Cahill. Look at Jamie Moyer, last night's winning pitcher. Jamie became the oldest player to drive in a run last night. Our AT&T trivia question: who was the previous oldest player to accomplish the feat? Jamie with a rocket off the right center field wall. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was a roller up the first base line that he looked like Adrian Peterson avoiding a tackle. Tags the bag and 2 runs would score.
I was just sitting there admiring him. 49 and how many now?
We can call it 49 and a half.
Yeah, 49 and a half. Sprinting up the line. 2 ribbies.
He was running hard up the line, George.
He was running hard.
He was. If you want to characterize that, it was his sprint.
Looked like yours.
Why do you drag me into it? I'm younger than him. 0-2 outside, 1-2.
You are?
Yeah.
Is this year you turn 50?
No, next year.
I think you're lying.
No, I'm not like Huey. You had to, fudge his birth certificate.
Huey does well. We won't even talk about that. He's telling everybody he's 43.
This ball is a base hit to right field. Well, the Rockies a couple of knocks early against Cahill. They didn't get anything going against Cahill in his last appearance at Coors Field. It was 4 hits, 1 run, and the only extra base hit, Cargo. Remember, that was the day Johnny Herrera had 3 of the 4 hits.
Yeah, he did. He had 3 of the 4 hits. He only walked a couple in that ball game. Had the ground ball out working and strikeout working too. So far, not the case here. A couple of hits, one of those left the yard for a 2-0 Rockies lead.
And the interesting thing so far in the ball game, George, a couple of strikeouts caught looking. Gonzalez and help. The 2-run home run by Tulowitzki, a walk to Scudero leading off the ball game, and that line drive single to right by Colvin. You know where I'm going with this. No ground balls.
Yep, everything's up in the air.
1-1 on Ramon. The minute I say that, you get a slow roller, but there's only one play, and that's to first. So Colvin is now in scoring position for Dexter Fowler. Who wants tacos? Remember, when the Rockies score 7 or more in any ball game, go to your participating Colorado Taco Bell locations the following day. Do it between 4 and 6, and you'll get the Rockies Tacos Special. Big night last night for Dexter Fowler. Much needed big night. He'd been scuffling at the plate. Triple, double, single. Never got the opportunity for the bomb. He only had 3 ABs last night. He was on deck when the final out was made. That's a fair ball down the right field line. Colvin around third. He'll score easily. Dexter is turning it up. He's going for 3. Upton's throw. Not going to get him. Run scoring triple for Fowler. 3rd of the year.
Tell you what, he was watching Upton in right field when it ricocheted off that wall. I think if you went out and asked Upton, did he give me a good effort? I think he thought Dexter was going to get a go for 2. I don't think he's thinking Dexter was looking to get to third base. I don't think he hustled after that ball hard, and the way Dexter hustled, he's looking here and seeing him not get after it, and I'll just turn it up and keep going. I'm going to force you to make a really good throw, and it was a good throw, but late because of the lack of hustle to the baseball.
Juan Nicasio at the plate. Chance for second ribby of the year for Nicasio. The infield pulled way in.
He does a really good job. Juan does it, hitting the ball right back up the middle.
Oh, 2. Dexter starting to heat up. I don't know how many guys, George, would have, where that ball was positioned, would have tried to go for 3.
Well, I don't think he did until he saw what was happening in the outfield. I want to show it one more time. The ball's going to ricochet. Now watch up in right field. As it comes off that area, just kind of jogging over to get to the baseball. If he flies after it, Dexter's probably still at second base.
Nicasio goes down swinging, 2 outs. The infield will drop back and Scudero will come up. We've seen Dexter all of a sudden start throwing triples up seemingly every other day. Did that in the second half of last year on his way to a club record 15 triples. One last night, one here early. It's the first strike Scudero's seen in the game. He walked on 4 pitches.
Yeah, watch whenever Fowler hits this ball down in the corner. Now he knows he's thinking about it, and you see Glenn Allen yelling at him. You might have a shot at 3. Picks the ball up right on second, and off to the races he goes.
But that was a wonderful shot of that, George, because Justin Upton, who can throw, picks the baseball up. Dexter has not yet touched second base. Nobody tries to turn that into a triple. Maybe the only other guy, certainly the only other guy in the Rockies, Eric Young, who could try to do this. Watch where he's picking it up, George, and then watch where Dex is.
Well, Young would
Got
try
it. He's
something
not
like
there.
this. Yep. See, I mean, there it is. I mean, he's just hitting full stride right into second base.
3-0 Colorado, 2 outs. Here's the 2-1 to Scudero. And a bouncing ball to Aaron Hill. So the Rockies got 2 in the first, and they add 1 here in the second on the triple by Dexter. 3-0 Colorado. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. Juan Nicasio looking for a quick inning. He's thrown a bunch of pitches in the first 2. AT&T trivia question once again. Jamie Moore became the oldest player to drive in a run last night. Who was the previous oldest to drive in a run? Minnie Minoso I'm going to throw out there. No, Julio Franco, 6 months younger when he drove in the final run of his career back in 2007. And I guarantee it was probably a line drive single to right. Julio didn't hit the baseball to the left to second base very frequently.
He's probably still playing somewhere.
Listen, when he checked out, he looked like he should still be playing. Strong guy. Took great care of himself. 2 strikes to count on Willie Bloomquist. Bloomquist hit a line drive off of Juan Nicasio's leg, upper part of his leg, his first time up, which is scary for any pitcher, particularly for Nicasio and what he went through last August.
And it was a line drive. I mean, just smoked the backside of that cheek. Been able to recover and get the guy out. And here he is with a 2-0 lead. Still pitching in the ball game. 95. Is it his prettiest outing? No. A lot of balls have been thrown in a ball game. A high pitch count, 53. 29 strikes, 24 balls. But that has turned around dramatically from where it was.
He got him on a slider. That's the second strikeout of the ball game for Juan. And that'll bring up Justin Upton. Tune in Saturday after the ball game. For Rockies All Access, Jamie Boyer will learn how the 25-year veteran and his wife Karen have used his big league platform to help kids around the country through the Boyer Foundation. And we'll also hear from Jamie about his record-setting victory, the first one. It's Rockies All Access Saturday after the Toyota postgame show. One and one on Justin Upton, who walked his first time. Upton's been scuffling so much, George, even during batting practice today. At one point he slammed the bat to the ground. You rarely see that during BP when the ball's coming in at 55 miles an hour. He's just frustrated with his swing path right now.
Well, you know what? When you're a cagey hitter in batting practice, it's not good. You get a little frustrated when the guy at 55 miles an hour is getting you out. You're not hitting the ball solid or line drives. You ought to get a little frustrated. Disappointed, you know, with the protection front and back, everything else. Chris Young's out of the picture. Drew's out of the picture. That's two big cogs in their wheel that makes their offense really good.
And Upton gets fooled on a slider. Back-to-back strikeouts with the slider. One swinging, one looking. Two gone. That'll bring up Miguel Montero. Hey, Colorado, take a look at the road ahead, powered by your Colorado Hyundai dealers. Step up to the plate, get more miles per gallon with the hottest car line in America, Hyundai. Seattle comes to town, then the Rockies will be in Miami for 3. Day off Thursday in Cincinnati. Next weekend, they'll take on Dusty Baker's Reds, and then it's homestand against Houston. That doubleheader, of course. Doubleheader's not on. Oh, it is on May 20th. Let me correct that.
It's May 28th.
That's Memorial Day. Got confused there. This season, save responsibly when you shop at your Colorado Hyundai dealers. Check it out at coloradohyundai.com. See, Montero's pulling off the baseball, George. This
upper
is a
body
good
swing.
Yeah, it's a good hitter too.
Upper body swivel, basically. Just watch all this on this front side right here come fly out. All this is going to turn in this direction, so it doesn't keep your head on the baseball much.
96 at the knees on the black, 1 and 2. Well, when you're a pitcher, I would assume you notice that right away, don't you?
I look for that, and I look for the feet as Don Baylor is trying to talk up and trying to do everything. Yeah, this upper body starts to swing in this direction, so you get a lot of fly balls, lazy ones to left, or you miss that sinker on the outside part of the plate. Chance you're going to catch a lot of the top of the baseball.
Juan with a 2-2 count. He's faced 12 hitters, and he's run the count full on 5 of them. And he has now run the count full for a 6th time. 65 pitches in the 3rd inning. The good news is he hasn't given up a run.
Bad news is that's got to change or he won't see the 5th. He's got to get better than that.
Well, he may see the 5th. He won't see too much beyond that if he doesn't have a couple of short innings. This will help George. Pop up left side. Tulowitzki will call off Pacheco. A 1-2-3 third inning, including strikeouts of Bloomquist and Upton. Rockies leading 3-0. Colorado Rockies baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Ford Fusion. Quality you want, economy you deserve. Ford Fusion, go further. By the Colorado Lottery, don't forget to play. By AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T, rethink possible. And by Ram Trucks, Guts, Glory, Ram. More from the Garden of the Gods, about an hour south of here. Jordan Pacheco batting second this afternoon. Hit a fly ball to left field his first time up. Pacheco, Gonzalez, Tulowitzki. 2 in the first, 1 in the second for the Rockies against Cahill. Jordan's going to get an extended look here, George, the next couple of weeks with Chris Nelson on the shelf.
Well, he should. He swung the bat well. He's made all the plays. There's been snap decision, no hesitation in his decisions defensively.
Brian Roberts throws out Pacheco, 1 gone. Oh, it was a strange at bat. I'm sorry, go ahead, George.
No, go right ahead.
No, I was going to say it was strange at bat for Cargo's first time up. He struck out looking, which has happened only 3 times this year. That's odd. And he struck out without swinging at any of the pitches that he saw.
Well, I think, as we talked earlier, bottom of the lineup was so productive last night, and at times the middle of the lineup kind of goes away. Well, guess what? They get pitched differently, and I think he got pitched a whole lot differently, and he's going to try to bunt his way on here, and Matero's going to get him.
Wasn't a bad idea. He just didn't get it out of the dirt area. If he runs that out on the grass a little bit, he's probably got himself a bunt single. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Tulowitzki.
After a failed bunt attempt that went foul, he got a ball out in the front and just launched this thing. And he got it pretty good. About 25 rows up into the seats in left field.
First home run in 67 at bats. Strike 1 on Troy, who, if you recall last year, he could not hit against Arizona. There's always one team for whatever reason. Last year he hit 169 against the Diamondbacks. This year he's 6 for 16 against Arizona. Two and one. Kevin Millwood will lead off that series for Seattle tomorrow.
Well, he knows how to pitch here. He had those starts here last year, of course, when he was in an Atlanta uniform. Thought he did a very good job for the Rockies last year. It's just asking price was a little bit higher than what they wanted to meet. Bike to the game on May 20th, and you can win prizes. Green packs and also available on that date. Get more info at ColoradoRockies.com/green.
Troy walks. And that'll bring up Helton, his second look at Cahill. Cahill has walked 2 and struck out 3 in the ball game. Got Todd looking at a hip side sinker his first time up. I figured Todd's fixing to get hot here, George. That average at 233. On Helton-like.
I think it's very difficult for Todd at times when with now the travel the way it is. And, you know, he took the day off the other day because yesterday because of getting late arrivals. I just think getting going and get things in the right direction. People still pitch him very difficult. They don't give him a lot to hit. Still, though, productive with the RBI totals. He's got 21 on the season, hitting .235. First triple in 3 years and his first stolen base in a while.
Left center field, Parra will make the catch. Tulowitzki left aboard. We'll move on in the 4th inning. Rockies have a 3-0 lead on Arizona. Learn about energy efficiency and how to save money in your home by visiting responsiblebynature.com. third inning for Juan Nicasio. The inning of the slider. Fooled Bloomquist badly. Got Justin Upton on a slider. And then Miguel Montero would pop out to end the inning. Excel Energy high efficiency inning. We go to the fourth. And Juan Nicasio will face Jason Kubel, Paul Goldschmidt, and Ryan Roberts. Rockies up 3-0. Last night they won 6-1, coming off the 5-4 win in San Francisco to conclude what had been a very difficult road trip. It's the first time they've won back-to-back ball games in nearly a month. They have a chance to make it 3 straight today. Kubel struck out with runners at first and second in the first inning. Juan approaching 70 pitches already, and it's 2-0. Three and one. And the decision pitch for the 7th time today. 3-2 count. George, you know what we're going to do? This is called the tease. You know what we're going to do after Kubel hits?
What have we done?
We're going to do one of your favorite segments. Mine too. The Frazier Farm Report.
Well, you know, my son in the organization, Jim's sons are in the organization. I pay a lot of attention to what goes on down there. One hopper.
That's a nice play by Scudero.
Yep. Just let the ball carry back a little bit and lessen the velocity and make the play.
And George,
here we go. Is this it? Is this the big moment? Let's take a look down there at the Frazier Farm Report and what's going on. We got some guys still staying hot. Matt McBride, 22 RBI. Scale, 49 strikeouts right now. Kyle Rowling from Grand Junction hit his 7th home run yesterday. Houston with 4 wins. Danny. Tyler Matzik, 43 strikeouts. The sad note on that side of it is still an awful lot of walks. Trying to get the command back. Corey Dickerson, 7 home runs for Dickerson at Modesto to go along with 34 RBIs and hitting well over 300. Harold Riggins, the 9th round draft pick out of North Carolina State, is just scalding the baseball at Asheville right now. And Riggins on the year has come out on fire. 7 home runs, 32 RBIs. Delta Clary Jr., 341. Tyler Massey has done a nice job there. Overall for the organization, 87-69 right now. Colorado Springs, Tulsa, both in first place. Colorado Springs won today on an 11 o'clock start, 9-7. Modesto 20-20 after starting out miserably, and then Asheville 23-15. Another strikeout for Nicasio.
That ball cut quite a bit.
Pretty good heat outside corner. They're right by Paul Goldsmith. Take a look at it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo camera. 4-seam heater. That ball got by Paul pretty quick.
Ball and a strike on Roberts. He punched a single to right his first time up. The only hit for Arizona. They've received 3 walks. When it's coming 95, 96, you got to make a decision quickly. See Roberts firing at a pitch that was well below the knees, but don't have a lot of time when Nicasio's out there. 1-2. See if they go slider again. He's had a pretty good one. That wasn't his best, but it but it worked. 1-2-3 inning again. 2 more strikeouts. 5 in the game.
Against Arizona. All right, Rockies fans and Drew and George, I've been infatuated by watching Tyler Colvin's little batting glove ritual between pitches. I want you to look between pitches. Hopefully he doesn't hit the first pitch unless it goes out. But I want you to watch what he does with his batting gloves and with his hands. Keep an eye on that, and then I'll explain it because I talked to him about it today, okay?
Perfect. I can't wait to see it. Here we go. We got spit in both hands. We're rubbing them together. Collapsing the hands. Is that I wonder if Mark's talking about all that part.
Mark's a very observant guy. And it's very unusual now not to see.
You see what he's
hitter.
doing?
Yeah.
Between every pitch. And I said, are you really spitting on your hands was my first question. He said, yes, I'm spitting on the gloves.
So you know what? My son does that. It helps grip. Everybody has a different ritual. Garcia Parra is the one that everybody kind of noticed his ritual with the batting gloves.
Well, for me it was Mike Hardgrove. He made Nomar look silly.
Is that right?
Human rain delay.
But everybody, you watch, everybody usually tightens their gloves, does something to fidget. And Colvin fooled badly on a couple of sliders. All right, Mark.
So I talked to Tyler about it today, and he said this is new as of this year. And because he's so deliberate with it, where he wipes his hands, then he clasps his fingers together, he said, it just gives me a time to slow down at the plate and kind of focus again, not get in the box, not be ready. And he said there's a little bit of a tackiness on his gloves, that just that little bit of spit is what he uses. He doesn't use any pine tar, any spray, anything on his bat. So that's his deal, and it's worked pretty well so far for Tyler.
I would say so.
All right, Mark, thank you. Ramon Hernandez at the plate. He's got a 2-0 count to work with. There's a strike. George, I got one for you. You did Frazier's Farm Report. You also mentioned the cumulative record of the 4 minor league teams playing right now. Be 6 once the June draft's done. That's down the right field line. We'll come back to that point in a moment. Chance for 2 for Ramon Hernandez, and he thinks better of it with Justin Upton throwing a perfect strike to second. So a 1-out single for Ramon.
By the way, I want to mention this too. DJ LeMahieu swung the bat well at Colorado Springs. Very steady all year today. 3 for 5, 3 RBIs, hit 327. So he and McBride both swinging it well.
Yeah, DJ LeMahieu came in the Ian Stewart trade from the Cubs along with Tyler Colvin. Dexter's at the plate, Mr. Triple. 2 triples, a double, and a single in his last 4 at bats. Run scoring triple in the second. So anyhow, the cumulative record, what is the relative importance in your mind of that in the minor leagues? Because it's about, yes, it's a team sport, but it's about individual player development.
Developing, but I think you have to teach people how to win and how to accept winning when you fail. I mean, and what I mean by that is I could not stand to walk in the locker room after you lost a game 4-1 and see a guy with a smile on his face because he went 2 for 4. That drove me crazy because now it's about him. It's not about winning. And I think even though you're teaching them into developing and trying to win baseball games, but trying to develop that player, he's got to learn how to win and how to lose, even though when he has success, how to make it a team type deal. I can tell you right now, playing in the minor leagues or the big leagues, if you're winning, it's a blast to go to the ballpark. I don't care if you're hitting 235 or 400. It's fun to go to the ballpark when you're winning.
1 and 2 on Dex.
You know, take your son's a good player, Jacob. Take him and Zach, all of them are. Take them and put them on the worst team in the league. How much fun do you think they're going to have?
Thus the cliche, winning beats the you know what out of losing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, look at the Rockies clubhouse today, George. A little more bounce in the step today.
Should be. They've won 2 games in a row. It's not such doom and gloom. It's not 9.5. They're looking at 10.5. It's, you know, you're sitting there playing some pretty decent baseball. St. Louis on top of San Francisco 2-1 over Matt Cain. It's in the 2nd inning. Mets all over Cincinnati 9-4. That ball game's in the 9th.
He held up, and that's ball 4. So 2 on, and Nicasio will try to move him up.
Upgrade your game experience at the Mountain Ranch Club. Tickets include credit for food and beverage. You get that opportunity to go to the Mountain Ranch Club. You call the Rockies, 303 Rockies, and get to that Mountain Ranch Club. Private dining tables, food and beverage. You got credit. You got all that you need to watch a ball game and have a great meal.
And we'll be in the Mountain Ranch Club. I was just informed on June 27th. George, we're going to have to pack some bags here even when we come home. We're going to be at Camarena Club coming up, and then we're going to be at the Mountain Ranch Club later on in June. And then,
they're excited. They've got the computer up. That's the TV that you're able to watch the game and get the close-ups on.
Nicasio will try to get a bunt down here. And look out. Hernandez gets picked off. That happens from time to time when a bunt is completely missed.
Well, part of it is because if you're not a swift runner, then Hernandez is not that fast of a runner, so he's trying to get a bigger lead. So on a ball, if it is put into fair territory, you're going to be able to have a play. Not going to have a play on him at third. You're going to be forced to go to first with it.
Well, if this was hockey, there'd be too many guys on the ice, George, because Ramon, out of breath, was just now getting off the field, even as that pitch was delivered to Nicasio. It's 0-2 on Juan, and that would make it 0-3, and that's the limit.
That's all you get in this league.
Rockies up 3-0. We'll go to the 5th. the 5th inning. During the month of May, Root Sports is looking for the biggest Rockies fans in Idaho and Wyoming. Tell us why you're a fan and enter to win the ultimate fan experience. Ton of prizes, including travel for 2, hotel, tickets to a ball game up in the Root Sports suite, and plenty of surprises in addition to that. For official rules and to enter, visit RockyMountain.rootsports.com. Hear from all the good folks in Idaho and Wyoming. We do during Toyota Talk a lot of ball games.
A lot of people.
Folks, a lot of folks in Wyoming. We hear some folks up in Idaho as well.
And Albuquerque. Shoot some off to us.
Those bees.
They like the camera. They like Bo. Mark, could you go down to the first base side to give us a really good view of everything?
I understand why no one's operating that camera.
Well, we're not going to play for a couple of minutes because EY is not going to coach first. Somebody's obviously allergic to this, and everybody else is just kind of hanging out.
This happened.
In a camera well.
You know where it happened? It happened at
Spring
spring training. Exactly, Georgia.
At Salt River Field.
At Salt River Fields.
They had to... Dan, you waving to your mother or are you swimming? You're getting those bees off of you and getting ready to move out of there. They are all over that camera. Wow, look at that. That's live. That's Bo's camera that we're working with down in the first base dugout. That's...
Who brought the honey?
Bo, obviously you're not scared of those, are you? Nah.
Honestly, there's EY. He's out in, he can't coach first from there. We're gonna take Bo out of harm's way.
Smart move. I'd get out too, Bo. Are they gathering down on the post? See right down here?
Who's got the raid?
See, that's what they'll do down there. They'll gather in an area there.
Wow. They're multiplying.
They're gathering.
Well, it looks like we're going to play baseball because Eric Young is moving over to the to the coach's box, or in the proximity of the coach's box. We just lost camera 5, though.
I was laughing though because James Hoy out at second was telling EY, you got to get in the box. I ain't getting in the box. Well, Bo jumped right back on again. I guess maybe they've moved on now. Well, they haven't moved yet. Bo's still going to hang in there and do everything he needs to do.
One ball, one strike on Aaron Hill.
Yeah,
Trevor
see that,
Cahill's on deck.
The mother bee has gathered up, folks. The queen bee is gathering her flock, and they're going to get on that post. And once they get there, you'll be in a little better shape, you know. Doug's telling us he has one at his house right now. A beekeeper's coming today to take care of Doug's house.
Well, why don't you call that beekeeper and see if you can get her to make a house call here. That's amazing. Two. 3-2. That's the 8th 3-ball, 2-strike count of the game. Top of the 5th inning.
They're coming in, folks, but they didn't have tickets either. They didn't need one.
Nicasio's walked Hill. 4 walks allowed by Juan. Most he had in his career was his first start at Coors Field this year. I'm sure there were some nerves in his return to Coors Field after getting hit last year in early August. He walked 5 in that game. Since then, George, in his last game against the Dodgers, he didn't walk anybody. Walked 3 against the Braves, 2 against the Dodgers previous start. In Pittsburgh, in 6 2/3, he walked 1. Against the Padres prior to that, he didn't walk anybody in 6 1/3. So this is unusual.
Seems like a little bit to me, maybe a little arm slinging today, getting low 3/4 on the slider, and then on the fastball, it's just sailing. Not a lot of finishing completion. But he's winning 2-0. He's 3-0. He's giving up 1 hit. Pretty good day. Colorado with 3rd most in the National League, 138 walks allowed behind Chicago, San Diego, Colorado.
One and two.
First 10,000 on May 30th will receive some Home Depot mystery gift cards. Hopefully it's some bee spray. When you come to the yard, you can take care of that. Get your tickets now for the Home Depot gift card giveaway on May 30th. Drew, that's a lot of bees. I heard you a minute ago in Talkback ask Mike, are they still here? They are here in a gathering force. And once that mother bee, did you know this, Drew, about that? Or you know much about bees?
No.
Once she settles into an area like that, you really have to almost have to try to get, now you're getting in part of the show. You have to almost go get a beekeeper to come and get the queen bee out so they will follow her.
That's a lot of bees. How do you find the queen bee?
Well, not easy. She's at the bottom of the pile. But it is. I mean, you got to go in and get her and take them out.
Yeah, that's Grand Central Station at rush hour, man. They're about 5 deep. And now it's 3-2 on Cale. Cale's trying to bunt. He was ahead 0-2. And guys starting to stretch in that Rockies bullpen. In fact, nobody's watching anymore. Everybody's up.
92 pitches too. I mean, that's kind of getting far enough along with him.
That's it. You know, it's not 8-0. It's 3-0.
6 innings in LA. It was 115 pitches.
Runner takes off and it's fouled off. So that's the strikeout. And Hill will come back. 6 strikeouts for Nicasio. Top of the order, Gerardo Parra. You just wonder what the attraction was.
The queen bee. That is the attraction. Once she flies in and she goes into a spot, they're going to follow. Obviously, they're not like the squirrel last night where the fans intimidated him and he finally went back into the bullpen and went back into the woods out there.
Pulled foul. That almost scattered the bees, George. Parra line out and a fly ball to left. Hill started to go and he shut it down. Nobody's going to go pick that baseball up.
Go ahead, EY, you get it. Nah, you get it. Nah, go ahead. Would any fan like to come out of the stand and pick that ball up?
I guarantee there's a beekeeper in attendance today.
If they are, they're paging for him. I can tell you right now.
Hopped right over him. The Casios are trying to gut this one out, trying to get through 5 innings. I'm sure it's Jim Tracy's thought right now, giving Nicasio an opportunity not only to get the win, but lessen the amount of outs your bullpen's going to have to pick up. He's at 95 right now. A ton of deep counts.
And Josh Alman, he's getting loose down in the bullpen. A left-hander that was recently added to the bullpen. In case this thing does get carried away. Top of that lineup. I don't care what Upton's done. He's third down. And that bat's still a scary bat, even when it's not going in the right direction. We've seen that before.
1-2.
I thought he went around. I got to check it. Yeah, he went around.
He went around. So it's a strikeout, and Hill will move up on the wild pitch. Now, I'm trying to think. At first base was, well, it's not Estabrook's call. He just put his hands up for time. That's what it was. Okay. For a second, I thought he was indicating there was contact with the baseball.
No way around. Totally fooled. Last night it was the breaking ball that got par also. It was Ismail Rogers. They've carried that same pattern over a little bit here, and they're utilizing it.
Willie Bloomquist is 0 for 2. 2 outs. Aaron Hill at second.
So far in the series, 1 for 13 with runners in scoring position. 1 for 10 last night. 0 for 3 today. The Arizona Diamondbacks try to keep it that way right here.
St. Louis now leading the Giants 4-3. The third inning, bunch of runs out at AT&T. One and one. One final in the National League. The Mets beat Cincinnati 9-4. Two balls and a strike, and another wild pitch sends Hill to third. That was the 100th pitch.
Jim Tracy a little bit concerned about Bloomquist maybe laying a bunt up the third base line. Brought Pacheco in. He was very deep on a 2-1 count with 2 outs and a runner at third. There's a report somewhere that they have squeezed in this situation.
Back up the middle. Confusion between Scudero and Tulowitzki. You can see that coming a mile away, and it's going to be an infield hit and a run scored, all because of the 2 wild pitches, and it's 3-1. So finally the wildness of Nicasio pays a price. Scudero got hit in the back of the head when the 2 middle infielders collided. got to be Tulowitzki's ball. His momentum's going to first. Got a guy who runs pretty well in Bloomquist. The only chance was for Troy to field that. Now Upton's the tying run. This is one ugly inning. That goes back to something we've harped on so much throughout this season. Ton on the road trip, man. You got to throw strikes. Look what it does to your defense.
Well, the wild pitches, second wild pitches, second to third walks allowed. All of those things play a big role for it.
Just gave Arizona a run in a close game. And obviously, as you said, George, even though Upton's been slumping.
Scary bat.
Yeah, he runs into
really,
one.
really
he runs
scary
into one.
bat.
It's a tie game.
It's a really scary bat.
Fouled off down the right field line, 0-1. It's just one of those days for Nicasio. He just does not have any command.
Well, you got a left-handed Montero in the on-deck circle. I guarantee you, Outman's down there getting loose right now. The thoughts running through Jim's head. The pitches are at 102, behind on the count. If you walk up to now, I got first and second, and a guy that's hit the ball well against the Rockies, tied for the most home runs against the Rockies of anybody in the National League with 8. Get my hands tied here.
Wow. 3-1. Josh Outman looks like he's ready. Ball 4. That's 5 walks in the game, and Montero, again, a slumping Miguel Montero, notoriously a Rockies killer. And Jim Tracy's hand is forced. Juan Nicasio can't get out of the 5th inning, an inning that began with Juan having a 3-0 lead. He just can't throw strikes, which is normally the calling card for Nicasio. He got to pick up a lot of outs out of the bullpen again. So Juan will walk off. Rockies have the lead 3-1. 2 on, 2 outs. Have an afternoon at the ballpark for an update on the Bees as the Rockies make a pitching change. Here's Mark Stout.
By the way, guys, very clever. They're playing Let It Be by the Beatles and showing the Bees here at the ballpark. I'm about 10 feet from the Bees, the hive. Here's the deal. Apparently there was a nest that broke outside of the stadium earlier today. They had a beekeeper here. Well, he stayed for the game as a fan. He had a Rockies helmet on with like the mountains on it. So now he's got to go back and get his gear. It's some type of a mini vac, I've been told. And he's going to take care of the Bees when he gets his gear. So
what did I say, Mark, a little while ago? You may have been in transit. I said, Frazier, I guarantee you, among the 30,000 or so, that there's a beekeeper here.
Right.
He was here working earlier.
First, right, Frazier.
Is he here?
Okay.
He was trying to get down here. They're like, wait, he's got to get his gear. So,
Mark, nice research, by the way. Very quickly done. I mean, there's not a story left uncovered when you're in the house.
That is my job, Drew.
You two guys from Ithaca.
That's right. IC grads. Josh Outman, the task of getting Miguel Montero 2 on, 2 outs. Montero a walk and a pop out. Here's the 1-0. 1-1. It's 2-1. Two and one on Montero. 3-1. Now, in between pitches, look, yeah, Jordan Pacheco, he's going to see maybe something in the eye. He's going to walk around a little bit. Troy. The point is, they've been on their feet, George. I don't know how long this inning's been, 20, 25 minutes. Here's Todd, you know, he's got the bad back. And then all of a sudden the ball's hit at you, and then there's a miscue, and people say, well, boy, you know, that was an easy play. Yeah, it was if there's a rhythm to the game. There's zero rhythm to the game right now for the Rockies on defense.
Well, when you start walking a bunch of people, that's what you get. You know, that's not what you're trying to do, obviously. I mean, that's not what Nicasio was trying to do. He's not trying to walk guys. He just did, and that takes the rhythm out of the game for everyone.
They've been on defense. Talking about time of possession in football. Time on defense. TOD. 24+ minutes now, this half inning.
That's a new stat.
Strike 3. And the good news is the Rockies are only going to give up 1 run. Miguel Montero's beating the heck out of his bat as he walks off. Outman comes all the way back and strikes out Montero. 3-1 Colorado, middle of 5. Sports is brought to you by College Invest. Are you saving for college or just talking about it? By Wells Fargo. Wells Fargo customers get your 2-for-1 Rockies tickets today by going to wellsfargo.com/Rockies. Wells Fargo Bank, member FDIC. And by your Colorado Hyundai dealers and America's most fuel-efficient car company, Hyundai. Welcome back to Coors Zoo. Last night, a squirrel.
Sneaking up. I'm going to give me a B. I'm getting a B.
Yeah, in clandestine fashion, making his way around the outfield. And tonight, or today, I should say, it is an afternoon ball game.
Yes, it is.
A beehive has relocated to the camera well outside the Rockies dugout. Trevor Cahill continues on 2-0 count on Marcos Scudero. See if the Rockies can get something going again offensively. Couple in the first on a Tulowitzki 2-run home run, and then a run in the second, driven in by Dexter Fowler with a triple. 3-0. Scudero's already walked once in the game. Rockies have had traffic every inning against Trevor Cahill. 3-1. Scudero, the toughest man in baseball to punch out right now. Strike out every 19 at bats. And he takes another strike. Another 3-2 pitch coming up. And another souvenir. One out. That'll bring up Jordan Pacheco. Fly ball left field and a ground ball to third. Rockies 3 runs on 4 hits. Arizona a run on just 2 hits. That's got to be the frustrating part for Nicasio. A run on just 2 hits, and yet he has no chance to win this baseball game. Time for today's CenturyLink high-speed pitch. Fast speed and a low monthly price. Visit CenturyLink.com. 91 from Cahill, Nicasio 97. And it's ball 1 on Jordan. Nicasio 4 2/3, 2 runs, or excuse me, 1 run, 2 hits. Struck out 7, but he walked 5. This ball's well hit to left field, way back, and Jordan Pacheco has left the building. And the Rockies get the run back on Pacheco's first of the year.
He had a little hop, didn't he? That's what I noticed. When that ball left the bat, you'll look at a lot of good hitters when they know that feeling when they catch it. A little bit of hop, skip, and a jump in that bat. Fastball up. There's that little hop, a little skip, and head to first base. You know it's out. Fun to watch it when it lands.
Swung on and missed. Cargo way out in front of the off-speed delivery. So Jordan Pacheco last year hit a couple of home runs in his first taste of the big leagues, and he has number 1 in 2012. 4-1 Colorado. Cargo a little frustrated with that swing. Instead of picking the baseball up and tossing it toward the dugout, he kicked it toward the dugout. He's a Cargo fan with a nice view. He went around, strike 3. 2 outs, and that'll bring up Tulowitzki.
Tough call, but they made it quickly. They rang it up.
6 strikeouts for Cahill. Tulowitzki, a 2-run home run and a walk.
Embarrassed to mention too that Cahill had only given up 1 run dating back his last 8 starts, 50+ innings, 1 home run. Today's 2 home runs given up. Trails in the ball game 4-1. Just 5 hits given up, 2 left the yard.
Slider for a strike. It's 2-2. And it's 3-2. George, we've seen a lot of pitches in this game for it being the bottom of the 5th inning.
I'm going to say 200. Nah, I'm going to say 188.
That's a pretty good guess because Nicasio is over 100.
I'll say 190.
Cahill's at 80.
Nicasio is 104.
Bloomquist throws out Tulowitzki in the inning. Jordan Pacheco hits a home run to left center field. And the Rockies are leading 4-1 as we move on to the 6th inning. Brought to you by Queenie Lexus, where luxury has an address. Troy Tulowitzki, first inning. Hadn't done this in a while. Got the job. 2-run home run. First HR at 67 at bats. And then the next inning, Dexter Fowler, who has done this recently, triple. He tripled at Tyler Colvin in a triple last night. fifth inning, the Rockies get a solo home run from Jordan Pacheco. Juan Nicasio was tough to hit, but he threw way too many pitches, and he was gone after 4 2/3. Josh Outman got the final out of the fifth inning, striking out Miguel Montero looking. It's Kubel, Goldschmidt, and Roberts here in the sixth inning. Toyota talk inning, and Kubel is dismissed on 3 pitches. That'll bring up Paul Goldschmidt. Boy, that's a strange line, George. I just wrote it in the book. Nicasio's line today. 4 2/3, a run on 2 hits. You say, oh man, he's dealing, right? And if you look back at this line, you figure there had to be an injury. And unless somehow, George, his command was affected by getting hit, which I don't know if that's the case, because if you remember prior to getting hit, well, actually, you know what? He got hit with the second hitter of the game. Maybe that had some effect, because otherwise you look at that line and you think, well, he must have gotten hurt. That's why they removed him.
Well, you look at that. He got hit and he has 2 walks in a row, a strikeout. Next inning, he has a walk, works through the inning. The third inning, 3 up, 3 down with 2 strikeouts. Fourth inning, 3 up, 3 down with 2 strikeouts. But it was all the 3-2 counts that got him up to the pitch count.
Yeah, 105 pitches for Juan in 4 2/3. And now it's 3-0 on Goldschmidt. Jim Tracy's been pontificating about the walks for a period of time now. It seems day after day it comes up, and he said, listen, you're not going to win games when you walk 6, 7, 8 guys, 10 twice. Amazingly, on the road trip, the Rockies walked 10 in a game in LA and lost. They walked 10 in San Francisco and hit a batter and actually won 5-4. How often does that happen?
It doesn't. And that's the thing that is so frustrating for Jim Tracy and Bob Apodaca. I mean, Jim Wright, they're all working to try to get it in the right direction and get everything going in the right direction. And, you'll get a turned-in deal like you did the other day with Nicasio with absolutely no walks, total dominance of a strike zone. And then you get this.
With that walk by Outman of Goldschmidt, it's 6 walks in the game in 6 innings.
Can't throw strikes. It's going to be a difficult time to pitch in the big leagues. I don't care who you are.
Happy 30th, Mike.
Mike Fox turned 30 today? Thought we already went through that about 12 years ago.
Well, not quite 12.
Got a good chuckle out of that from quite a few people.
I'm just reading the Toyota text line.
Right.
Hey, George, any chance we see Parker in Coors Field this year? His ERA is under 3 right now in Tulsa.
Well, he's pitched well. You never know, Matt. He's pitched well there. Just continue to do what you're doing, and things will take care of themselves one way or the other.
Just keep putting up zeros. Parker's doing a really good job down in Tulsa.
Well, the ball club, the whole pitching staff there has done a really, really nice job. An ERA right around 3, which very close to leading with Frisco.
Cabrera's done a good job.
Unfortunately, they have not hit well there as a team collectively and been able to put up some big numbers. Set a franchise record for most wins with 19 in the month of April. It's been a little different story here in May.
2 balls, 2 strikes on Ryan Roberts. And he strikes out Roberts. Basically, this game from Arizona's perspective has been either a punch out or a walk. They have struck out 10 times in the game and walked 6. Aaron Hill
125 pitches thrown in a game by Rockies pitchers. That is a lot when you're looking at 6 innings.
Somebody mentioned elk on there. We haven't seen an elk yet.
Well, I understand there's some pretty good outfield players out there. You just try to get as much time as you can for all of them. Coleman's done a nice job. You can play him over at first, too, at times.
I don't recall in the history of baseball manager ever complaining that he had too many talented guys.
That's beautiful. Trent, I'm not sure when it became a wildlife sanctuary.
It feels that way, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, we hadn't even shown you the ducks yet. There's ducks in center
This is
field.
a flare that's going to drop. Aaron Hill with a bloop single, and you assume Arizona will go to the bench here. Cody Ransom's going to pinch hit.
He pinch hit in last night's ball game.
And Jim Tracy's going to go right on right. Matt Belisle's been warming up, and he's going to call on Belisle here in the 6th inning. Rockies leading 4-1. Arizona with 2 men on again. Two on, 2 outs when we come back to Coors Field. Rockies up 3. College is important for your kid's future, so start your child's College Invest savings account when they're young. It helps you prepare financially for when that day arrives, and your contributions are tax deductible on your Colorado State income taxes. Are you saving for college or just talking about it? collegeinvest.org. So Matt Belisle is now aboard, and Kirk Gibson is just going to burn Cody Ransom. Cody Ransom announced he is no longer available because Lyle Overbay will now hit. The veteran Overbay against the veteran Belisle, and a check swing foul ball.
3 for 7 as a pinch hitter this year. The only left-hander that he has on his bench today. Overbay 1 for 2 in his career versus Matt Belisle.
defensive swing. Swing indicating you were badly fooled if you're Lyle Overbay. 2 strikes the count. Goldschmidt's at third. He walked, went from first to third on a bloop single by Aaron Hill. Here's the 0-2. And a ground ball deep in the hole. Tulowitzki's not going to have a play. Couldn't get it out of his glove, and it's 4-2. An infield single. 2 infield hits have produced runs today for Arizona.
Yeah, Bilal makes the pitch, a breaking ball, outer half of the plate. Overbay, just a upper body swing, slaps at it, and when Tulowitzki got it, first chance when it bobbled, it was over. Too much speed on the base pass for Arizona that once it got bobbled, forget about it.
Both runs that have scored today were guys that reached on walks. In the case of the first run, Aaron Hill reached on a walk, and the only reason he got to scoring position, 2 wild pitches. Parra tries to bunt his way on. It's foul. You're flirting with danger, all the guys the Rockies have put on. You're setting yourself up for heartbreak.
Pretty good advice. Do not hit a foul ball and hit the bees. Yes. I hope no Bears show up, Jeremy.
Two-strike count on Parra. Jim Tracy will try to get 4 outs out of Matt Belisle in a perfect world.
Well, shutdown innings are huge to Jim Tracy. That's why maybe he didn't go to Ishmael or Josh Renicky here in the 6th inning. It's, I need this outs and I need it now, and hopefully not too many pitches to where he can work that next inning for Belisle.
1-2 count on Parra, who's 0 for 3. Arizona will go from here to Kansas City. They've played the Royals on the road a bunch. Last few years, I think they've been there 3 times. And the Rockies been to Kansas City a couple times the last few years. And now Parra back out. Two and two. Diamondbacks have lost 4 of 5, 7 of their last 9. Three balls, 2 strikes. And in a 2-run game, you're going to get motion here. The trail runner's Overbay. He's going to get a head start. Aaron Hill at second. Going a strange day. Even Matt Belisle, George, has slowed down. Normally, Matt, one of the fastest workers you'll see.
Sometimes whenever you are a little bit tired or you don't feel like you have your best stuff, and a lot of pitches fought off there, you don't feel like you have your best stuff, sometimes you really slow things down to get mechanically sound on the mound to make that pitch. Bob Apodaca, quick trip out.
Now you have Bloomquist coming up. Bases loaded. The Diamondbacks have done nothing to be within striking distance of this game, but they're a base hit away from tying it.
Second walk issued by Belisle this year, first since April the 24th. So,
you know, all they've done is stand in the batter's box with a bat in their hand, and the Rockies have now allowed 8. Let me think if my math is right here. No, it's 7. Excuse me, 7 free passes.
I will say this. I mean, that last at bat, Parra fouled off an awful lot of curveballs. Didn't able to get him there. Worked the count. You still end up walking the guy.
Bloomquist, a squibber up the middle, turned into an infield single and an RBI last time up. He gets locked up on the curveball. It's 0-1. Belisle's got him where he wants him, behind 0-2. Now you've got to finish him.
Diamondbacks 250 with the bases loaded this year.
Well, I'd like to be that snake charmer right now, Dave. 0-2. Line drive right field. Colvin will be there. A run for the Diamondbacks, but they'll leave them loaded. 4-2 Colorado.
And we have a beekeeper here at Coors Field. You see him at work right now. He's plugging in his vacuum. This is David Bauer. He's a beekeeper. I have spoken to 2 beekeepers today. Another guy by the name of Steve Benson is in town from Flagler. Believe it or not, as we watch the bees get vacuumed up, this is not going to harm them. Steve Benson is a guy in from Flagler, and he told me he was here because the Highland Beekeeper monthly meeting is today in Denver, so he just happened to be here. These bees will be sucked. This is a reproductive thing. The queen bee is in there, and then he'll take them and put them in his hive where he has his beekeeping stuff, and David will just move the bees to another location. So I don't know how long this process is going to take, guys, but it's underway here near first base.
That guy's...
You better hope the vacuum doesn't stop.
Yeah, that guy's pretty brave. He doesn't have the beekeeper outfit.
His wife carried it in, actually had it right behind him, but I think he just said, we'll be able to do it today without this. It's not this big a deal. Didn't have the hooded hat on and all that stuff.
You said, I don't know if it's his wife or not, but she's got it. By the way, this is swarm season, I was told. That's the beekeeping lingo.
Swarm season?
Correct.
Well, tell them swarm somewhere else.
Craig Breslow's the new pitcher. Todd Helton with a 1-1 count. Breslow came with Cahill from Oakland. One and two. Part of that Jared Parker, Ryan Cook, Colin Cowgill trade.
Yeah, Cowgill, Parker's throwing the ball pretty well for them at this big league level. Cowgill called up the other day with all the injuries going on. Left-handed hitter out of Kentucky, 3rd-round draft pick.
Trevor Cahill, 5 innings, 4 runs, all earned, 5 hits, couple of home runs, 3 walks, 6 strikeouts. That's a full count on Todd. Tyler Colvin on deck. Then Ramon Hernandez. And a high fly ball to medium range right center field. Justin Upton puts his hands up. 1 out. So Colvin will approach as the vacuuming continues. Kind of fascinating, huh, George?
Yeah, it really is. I mean, you're still going to have those others swarming around hunting for the queen bee. They're still going to swarm a little bit around, and they'll just continue to try to vacuum this.
Yeah, this is going to drop, and it will, and extra bases as Kubel got a late jump on it. Colvin with a double.
Second hit of the ball game.
He didn't see that off the bat. That was a misread.
Take anything you can go get. He's playing a little bit out into really left center as he takes off running on this baseball. Slicing away from him, not hit hard. Late break on the ball when he didn't catch it coming off of the bat. And instead of diving, he tried to reach for it and missed the baseball.
See if the Rockies can take advantage. Ramon Hernandez had a base hit to right his last time up, 1 for 2. Colvin takes off for third, and the throw is going to get it.
Yeah, there must have been something in a report saying if you're going to go first move, and that's exactly what he did. But the throw by Montero right on the money to Roberts. Tag applied. You see it on the Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo camera. And the out.
It's one of those deals where the ball beat the man. I'd have to look again to see if the tag was ever applied.
Yeah, I kind of noticed that too. Kind of looked like he had the little swimming feet working there. Made us put over the top of the bag.
Now Reynolds doing his thing in the bullpen. 3-1 count on Ramon Hernandez. 3-2. Ball beats man. Now watch Tyler's foot. See if Roberts does tag.
Yeah, I think he got it right there. Got him on the shin as it came down.
And you won't get an easier play if you're Aaron Hill. This has been an odd baseball game, but the Rockies are out front 4-2 as we go to the 7th. Drew Goodman, George Frazier, Mark Stout, here from our very own Cowboy. Each week by visiting the Wrightham Cowboy section of the Root Sports website. Tracy Ringlesby will bring you Rockies game notes and other intriguing stories. Check it out at RockyMountain.rootsports.com. Matt Belisle will continue on. Justin Upton, Miguel Montero, Jason Kubel. So let's see how this is played. I'm guessing with the way that Matt Reynolds is throwing, with a purpose he's throwing with down in the bullpen, they want Belisle to get Upton, and then they'll bring in Reynolds for Montero and Kubel. Josh Renicky is starting to toss also.
Well, what a job he did yesterday in the ball game.
Well, you always have to have, if you have a left-handed specialist, George, you always have to have a parachute typically behind him. And that'll be Renicky. So here we go, 7th inning, Upton, 2 walks and a strikeout. And this is sliced to deep right center field. Colvin will get over there and make the catch. And Colvin made the catch, George, without catching the glove and the buttons. You worked that game with me in spring training where he's reaching up just like that?
No, I did not.
He was reaching
I saw the replay of it, though.
Yeah, he was reaching up, and the glove got caught in the buttons on his jersey, and he couldn't lift the glove anymore and whiffed on the baseball. Good thing it happened in March.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, with the out and nobody on base, they allow him to face Montero, and then you got Kubel right behind it.
Yeah, Matt Reynolds has stopped throwing now. He's just looking.
Well, that's the hardest thing for relievers to learn a lot of times, is to stop throwing and just watch the game. If you're loose and you're confident, just do it in that fashion. Just sit there and watch the game. You'll have 8 more when you get ready to come into the ball game, and then you'll have 8 when you get on the mound if you do it the right way.
Bo, that's a smart move, my friend.
All cleaned up.
Probably a little warm, a little toasty, but safe. 1-2 on Miguel Montero. The Venezuelan native checks his swing. It's 2-2. Matt Bilal out of the Austin, Texas area. Center field, Dexter gliding back. 2 outs, and Jason Kubel will come up. Kubel is 0 for 3, including a couple of punch outs. 1 for 11 this year against the Rockies. Post-game show, the Toyota post-game show, to immediately follow our broadcast here, as always. And we will continue with Toyota talk in the post-game show. Text Toyota, followed by a space, and your comments to 720-720. Well, Josh Outman, George, very possibly in line for a victory if the Rockies hang on.
When you get in a game like this, a lot of times it can be a scorer's discretion of who threw better out of the bullpen in the middle of this. And quite honestly, Bilal's throwing a little bit better than what Josh did. So it can be up to the official scorer to give the win to who he wants to. But, they don't vary off that very often.
3-0. Pulled through the hole, a base hit for Kubel. And that'll bring the tying run up at Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt had a great postseason last year. Hit a couple home runs, but he's been stuck on a couple home runs right now for the Diamondbacks. Last year in the NLDS, he had 438, 2 home runs, 6 ribbies. He also became the second rookie ever to hit a home run in each of his first 2 postseason games. Shane Spencer did it with the Yankees. Back up the middle, off Belisle, and Pacheco still is going to throw it across the diamond, not in time. Second Rocky pitcher to get hit today. Nicasio got hit high up on the leg. This was down the feet level off Belisle.
Looked like it got right on the inside of the foot. He's looking up for it. I mean, a really nice play too by Pacheco to try to get the runner at first. Well, Roberts up now. One of those guys that really excelled last year for this ball club. Decent numbers against Belisle. They've only faced each other 6 times, 2 for 6. Trying to get that last out here in the 7th and make the turn to the house with a lead.
Line drive, base hit. That's going to bring in a run. Cargo throwing it toward the plate. Scoring standing up though is Kubel. All of this with 2 outs, and it's 4-3. 3 straight singles.
It's been right on right. Roberts with a base hit to left field, going to get right out in front of Gonzalez, and I really didn't think there was going to be a play at the plate. Just a little bit more of an accurate throw. I think you got him at the plate. I mean, they mailed that thing, had a little tail and run on it. Jim Tracy. Well, now look at what's happened with Matt Belisle and go to the bullpen and make another move with it.
He's going to bring Kadire into the ball game in a double switch. Thank you, Tommy Runnels, for writing so legibly. So Kadire will come in, Colvin will go out. Pitching change when we come back. It's 4-3. Rockies had a 3-0 lead and a 4-1 lead. They're 2 outs here in the 7th inning. And Aaron Hill's up with 2 on. Josh Renicky, who has moved from a role, George, earlier in the year where he was pitching more in mop-up duty, to now a significant role later on in ball games. He'll be asked to get Aaron Hill, the Visalia, California native.
He earned the right to be in this type of situation. Just 13 hits in 21 innings. 8 of 8 inherited runners have not scored. He needs to repeat that right now with what's going on with runners at first and second. Michael Kadire on the double switch went to right.
Ball 1 on Hill. Aaron Hill, another one of those products from LSU. In fact, when he was at LSU his final season, he was the player of the year in the SEC. Garnered All-American status. That's a strike, 1-1. First round pick of Toronto back in 2003. Way inside, 2-1. Best year in the big leagues was 09. He had 286 with 36 home runs and 108 driven in. Next year he followed it up with 26 home runs. So his average dropped to 205. Short, quick swing. He was hit 225 last year when he was traded from Toronto, and the rest of the way with Arizona he did well. He hit 315. And a full count on Aaron Hill. It has been an afternoon of full counts, B's and full counts. And the work on the B's continues as Josh Renicky will work on strike 3 as opposed to ball 4. Diamondbacks within a run, tying run at second and Goldschmidt, go ahead run at first and Ryan Roberts. They're off, and this is line foul. Hill's hurt the Rockies since coming from Toronto. A 405 average. He's hitting a walk today. right field for Kadire. He started in. Now he's going to move back and make the catch. 3 straight singles produce another run for the D-backs. They are within a run. Stretch time at Coors Field. 4-3. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and a new arm out there for the Arizona Diamondbacks, Brian Shaw, who's been very effective.
He's been really good, Drew. 14 2/3, 5 holes, 245 earned run average. The whip doesn't walk many. 1.02 coming out of the bullpen. You really like to see this. Kind of one of those kids that just, to be quite honest with you, earned his way on in here and has done a nice job for them. Pitched in 33 games for them a year ago after starting the year in AA Mobile. Mobile.
Or Mobile.
Or Mobile. I say Mobile. Reno. Pitched in 16 games there. Appeared in 64 total a year ago. 2nd round draft pick.
One 1-0 on Dexter. Kadire's on deck with that double switch, and then Scutero. Dex had a pretty good series, 4 for 4 and a walk. And caught by Goldschmidt.
All about timing on one of these, because you just don't know off of the bat how far it's going to try to carry, and it wouldn't hit very hard, but Goldschmidt did a nice reaction to it. Was able to use that long glove and make the catch.
So here's Kadire's first at bat of the day. He takes a strike from Shaw, who attended Long Beach State after Troy Tulowitzki was there. Oh, 2. Kadire got on strikes, and that'll bring up Scutero with 2 outs very quickly. 2 gone. Brothers is getting loose for the 8th inning. Rockies up 4-3. It'll be a pinch hitter and then the top of the order. One and nothing on Marco.
Arizona has left 11 men on base today. Wow. A lot of walks, a lot of 3-ball counts.
This ball's well hit right center field toward the gap, and it's going to touch down and roll to the wall. Scudero into second with a 2-out double.
Fastball away from Shaw, a little bit elevated. He just took advantage of it. Didn't try to overpower the ball, just went with the velocity and where it was pitched, outer half up. Put it beyond the reach of Parra and Upton.
Rockies have 7 hits in the game. 5 are extra base hits. The guy at the plate has an extra base hit, a 4-bagger. Jordan Pacheco's first home run of the year, his last time up in the 5th inning. The deep left center. A single would work well here. Off the plate, ball 1. Pacheco out of the University of New Mexico. Line drive, right field. Upton is there, though. And that's all for the Rockies in their half of the 7th. Scudero left at second. 4-3 Colorado. Rockies trying to hang on. They had a 3-0 lead after 2 innings. They had a 4-1 lead after the Pacheco home run. They have not pitched well. They've walked a lot of Diamondbacks this afternoon. A.J. Pollock is going to pinch hit. The reason we're showing Todd Helton is there's been a lot of bees around the ballpark today. We go back to spring training 2005. Darren Oliver's running away from bees. Now Helton saying, hey, get away from me. This is down in Tucson. And we were in a bee delay. And Preston Wilson cutting like he's on the gridiron.
Boy, what a great year he had. Man, oh man.
Preston?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. An enormous year. A.J. Pollock takes ball 1. Rex Brothers is out there.
Well, Rex, the other day the walks got after him. He got mad and he said, all right, I'm done walking people. I'm going to punch the side out, and that's what he did.
And you hope he can build on that, George, where he just got to the point where he was fed up. And it came together where it really could have spiraled out of control.
Sure, could have got crazy with it. But instead, now going to just try to overpower it. But he was 2-0 on him, and now the ground ball to the Whiskey. The play will be at first. Retire the first batter here in the 8th.
You know, I wonder sometimes, honestly, if scouting reports, you know, they've gone over him, but if they follow him, because George, in a one-run game, Pollock's a pinch hitter. I know pinch hitters typically are going to swing an early fastball, but Rex Brothers has not been a consistent strike thrower. It's 2-0. And you get jammed on the very next pitch. Shouldn't you take a strike there, especially after the first 2 are misfired?
Well, I think if they're thinking they can hit the ball and drive it somewhere and get it out of the ballpark, they're going to go ahead and swing at it. But most pinch hitters are firing on that first pitch. I understand the 2-0 and the walks and all that. But he's also trying to get on base, I think.
Well, exactly. I'm glad he did swing, but he is trying to get on base. He represents the tying run.
Same. You can ask that same question right here. Why'd you just swing at a 95-mile-an-hour fastball on your knuckles up?
Well, I do think that, you know, when it's 2-0 and the recent history with Rex, that you probably got to take one here in the 8th inning. But hey, good he did.
I'm glad he didn't. Yeah. 1-1 count. This is where the hard slider has come into play. Parra's had a difficult times with it the last couple of days on the hard breaking ball in the dirt. That one a little bit up at 88 miles an hour.
Three and 1 on Gerardo Parra. And a walk. So Parra, who can run a little bit with 1 out, is at first base. He is the tying run.
Am I right with the 8th walk of the game so far?
That's number 8.
Well, and again, pitchers, players, they're not machines. And they're not trying to throw balls. And that's the aggravating part. Sometimes with young kids, you try to throw the ball too hard instead of back off, slow the game down, and make your pitch.
Willie Bloomquist, 1 for 4. That goes off the glove of Hernandez. That may be a pass ball. And in the scoring position is Parra. Double play is no longer a possibility, at least a conventional one. It's scored a wild pitch.
Asking for the ball down and in, up and away. Rex has had some. I've seen a couple of those with Rex that way, where the ball will get away from him, get up and away from him. And then you get a guy at the plate that can really handle the bat. See what he's done with runners in scoring position this year. 391, 6 RBIs and a couple of doubles.
1-2 on Bloomquist. Upton on deck. Base hit to right, and around third comes Parra, and he will score to tie up the baseball game at 4. So Willie Bloomquist has driven in 2, and all of the walks coming back to haunt the Rockies. 4 runs today, and of the gentlemen that have scored the runs, 3 were issued base on balls.
Ball up out of the zone again. Fastball he blew by earlier. This one shot out of the reach of Todd Helton down into that corner. But now you got a runner on first. You're in the heart of their lineup with Upton, who hit a ball deep in his last at bat to right field. Bloomquist, Drew mentioned a little bit, he will steal a base at times if you fall asleep. Heads up. That bat won't be coming back. It becomes a souvenir 30 rows up.
George, it's not just the walks. There's 8 of those.
So but all the hitters counts.
Well, consider this. Aaron Hill in the 5th inning scored the first run for Arizona when it was 3-0. He walked. Everybody okay?
Everybody was fine over there as far as I could tell.
So Aaron Hill, when he walked, George, the next 2 hitters struck out, except there were 2 wild pitches. And then Willie Bloomquist hit a little roller up the middle that never escaped the infield. Scudero and Tulowitzki kind of ran into each other. It was an infield hit that scored a run. It would never have scored a run had there not been 2 wild pitches moving the runner up 90 feet each time.
And it was a drastic wild pitch. I mean, way in front of home plate.
And this particular run, Parra was at first with 1 out after walking. The only reason he was in scoring position was a wild pitch. 8 walks, 3 wild pitches. Flat out ugly in capital letters is the honest truth about it.
It's a tough way to maneuver your way through a ball game when you have that many walks in a game.
And that's why if you're Apodaca, if you're Jim Tracy, you're fit to be tied. 3 times now in the last 10 games, the Rockies have walked at least 8. Twice the number was 10. Runner going, and the throw to second is not in time. Stolen base, Willie Bloomquist.
Doing a little bit of everything. Drove in 2 runs today with 2 singles. Now he's got the stolen base. On the left-handed throwing Rex Brothers, which Scudero thought they had it. The opposition now 8 for 22 against Hernandez. So he'll go ahead and walk. Upton.
You go left on left with Montero. A 4-4 game. 8 hits for the Diamondbacks, 7 for the Rockies.
Montero throwing over the plate against left-handers. 3 for 30 right now on the season. He's 0 for 2 versus Rex Brothers. Probably going to be Matt Reynolds get up. There's not a lot of choices left down there. Ismael Rogers. will be Esmel Rogers. The way through last night, copycat that up a little bit and throw it. That was pretty nasty last night.
After Jim Tracy, you hope he can get Montero and, if necessary, Kubel, two left-handed bats. There's one out in a 4-4 game. One and two the count on Montero. Walk in the first, pop out, strike out, fly ball center field. All the hits for the Diamondbacks are singles. A couple haven't even left the infield. But they've had 16, make it 17 base runners with that last intentional walk, because that's the 9th walk. Said it many times, George. When you start walking above 5-6 guys, your chances, not only your chances to win, but in terms of deserving to win, goes way down. Montero strikes out.
Difficult to do. It's I mentioned early in the telecast, the defense, it makes it really tough. It's tough to catch a walk. You just don't do that very often. Fastball just blew it by him. Put it in a very good position. Tied the hands up, and the ball did get by him. Now Jason Kubel will get a shot at Rex Brothers. 0 for 1 in his career.
Kubel's hitting .297 against lefties this year. Slightly better than the .294 against righties. 1 for 4 today. So the Rockies in the bottom of the 8th inning will have Cargo, Tulowitzki, and Helton. Pitcher's spot is after Todd. Brothers trying to keep it at 4-4. Here's the 0-1. Just missed. 1-1.
Couple of outs, 2 strikes. Hitters, you know, your defense stay back. No trick plays here.
Hard on the ground through the right side. Kadire coming to the baseball. Willie Bloomquist coming home. And it is 5-4 Arizona. Jason Kubel coming through here for the Diamondbacks in the 8th inning.
Hitting 188 with 2 outs and a runner in scoring position. Setting up for the outside corner, a slider that may have caught just a little bit too much and too much elevation in with that slider. Mike Shaw Subaru Supermo shows it. They just shot that ball right past Helton. Upton had to wait. That's why the advancement only to third base. Now Jim Tracy's going to have to do some more double switching.
He's going to take Pacheco out. And he's going to bring in Johnny Herrera. And Esmil Rogers will walk down the stairs of the bullpen and jog in. Diamondbacks given numerous gifts this afternoon, and now they've taken advantage fully. As the bees go off, by the way. Spot. Pacheco comes out. Esmil Rogers on for the 16th time. Good and bad. You know the story with Esmil. He's been, actually, when he's been good, George, he's been lights out good.
Last night it was the breaking ball. He threw it early in counts. They couldn't handle it. It made the fastball that much better. 5-4 ball game here with the Diamondbacks on top. They have scored 4 runs, make that 5 runs in the last 4 innings. 2 outs. Runner at first and third now, and it'll be up to Esmil Rogers to get Goldschmidt. Goldschmidt struggling in the month of May. .250 average coming into today's game. He's had a hit and a couple of walks and a strikeout. Key to Esmil Rogers, strike 1. When he does that, and particularly with the breaking ball like he did last night, it was pretty electric stuff. It was an electric performance by him.
Two and 0. Good fastball. 96 on the black. It's 2-2.
Yeah, well, the last part of that, talking about that fastball on the block, that's the key to that pitch right there. He put it exactly where Ramon Hernandez wanted.
First and third, 2 outs.
Part of the reason why you're seeing all fastballs has been a little bit of the inconsistency of the curveball from Esmil Rogers, that if you happen to bounce one here, now you got a 2-run ball game if it gets by Hernandez. Hanger.
Base hit, and it's 6-4 Arizona.
That whole sequence of pitches, there was only one breaking ball thrown. It was a high curveball pull foul. That 97-mile-an-hour fastball was inside. Wasn't where Ramon wanted it, I can tell you that right now. Ramon wanted that pitch down and away. You can see how his glove worked back this way to try to catch the baseball. A costly location error by Ismail, and now all of a sudden it is a 6-4 ball game. The Diamondbacks have out hit the Rockies 10-7 to couple with 9 walks in the game.
The Rockies
and 2 wild pitches.
3 wild pitches. The Rockies, amazingly, George, have thrown 198 pitches now, so they're going to throw over 200 pitches in this game.
Well, that's you can't do that and expect to win baseball.
It's amazing that they're in the game. Roberts, 0-2 count on Roberts, who's 2 for 4 this afternoon. Bullpen's getting worn down again. It hasn't been good, George, for the most part lately, and now you don't see an off day till Thursday. You just had too many innings, and it catches up to you.
Oh, it's going to catch up to you as a bullpen, and it will crush you the more you have to be used in ball games. That's where you're going to see a lot more rotation, a lot of times of fresh arms, because of the taxing that it has had on their arms.
Two to Roberts. And Rogers gives up a base hit. Kubal's going to get a green light. Here's Cargo's throw. Cut off. Throw to third. Not there. Roberts moves to second. Make it 7-4. So all the hits that the Diamondbacks weren't getting earlier in the day with the traffic, they're accumulating now here in the 8th inning. A 4-run 8th inning.
Well, I sure have. There's the breaking ball that came out, stayed right in the middle of the plate. Johnny's guarding the line, don't want to give up any extra base hits here, so the ball just shoots between him and Tulowitzki, and then it's Kubel off to the races, and he's able to get there. And then everybody advances because of the throw to the plate was over the cutoff man and cut late. That it resulted in the runners advancing to second and third, and a base hit here makes it real ugly.
Brothers charged for 4 runs in 2/3 of an inning. 2 hits, a couple of walks. And in the air to right field. Kadyr's going to have it. And mercifully, the inning's over. The Rockies now trail by 3 in a game that they led by 3 on a couple of occasions. stays in the ball game. Kubel comes out. He's in left field. Parra stays in center field. And they go to their 8th inning man, David Hernandez.
0-1 record, 17 2/3. Does have 6 holes, though. The whip at 0.92, 208 earned run average. He doesn't walk people. And a little bit easier to pitch the 8th inning with a 3-run lead here, throwing strikes. He'll get his shot. And Carlos Gonzalez here to lead off the 8th inning. The Rockies have now been out hit 11-7 in this ball game. Gonzalez 4 for 8 with a home run. Excuse me, let me look at this again. I skipped down the line there. I apologize.
He's got a leadoff single. That's a good start.
Yep, sure is. Got to get things going as best you can. Follow the Rockies on your phone with MLB.com @Bat12 app, featuring pitch tracking and highlights and a whole lot more. For a lot more information about that, go to ColoradoRockies.com.
Tulowitzki, a 2-run home run, a walk, and a ground ball to short. Hernandez, such a big part of that turnaround last year for the Diamondbacks. Their bullpen went from one of the worst of all time in 2010 to a real asset. David Hernandez, J.J. Putz, 2 of the main reasons why. Tulowitzki pops out, and Helton will come up. Todd 0 for 3. Outside on Todd. Two balls, one strike on Todd. Ocasio and Trevor Cahill originally started this game. Brothers now has the hook for the Rockies, and Brian Shaw is on the plus side. Beginning in the 5th inning, the Diamondbacks scored a run in the 5th, a run in the 6th, a run in the 7th, and 4 in the 8th. They don't have an extra base hit. They have 11 singles.
And really 9 free passes.
Yeah, 20 singles. How about that?
Yeah. With 3 freebies to advance where you didn't have to sacrifice with wild pitches.
Yeah, absolutely. When you
frustrating man right there, I can guarantee you. Jim Tracy.
Nothing you can
Bob
do.
Apodaca. No different right now is what Kurt Gibson's watching with Hernandez. Single and out. Now walk to Helton. Now you put the tying run up. Here comes Giambi.
So Herrera, who just was double switched into the ball game, is removed for Jason Giambi. That was originally the pitcher's spot.
Giambi will make him throw a strike.
Hernandez on deck. One ball, one strike. Rockies, George, are going to have to put Rosario in the ball game on defense.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at. I mean, the only other thing you do is Young at second, Scooter over there. If you got a pinch run with him, I mean, there's some other things you can do, but they're limited now because of the double switch.
One and two on Giambi. One out, two on. Giambi hoping to play in the field over the weekend. Nursing that sore foot. He fouled the ball off it several days ago. Two. 3-2. Again with Ramon Hernandez on deck. Trying to keep the faith. 7-4 Arizona. A base hit by Cargo. Tulo popped out, then Helton walked on a 3-2 pitch. Giambi hits a little nubber. Long run for Bloomquist. Chance for an infield hit. Giambi has loaded the bases. The big man having a run as hard as he has in many a moon. And now the tying run will be Eric Young running for Giambi.
Right off the end. Look at this. Jam shot, I should say, right off of the knuckles. Spinning way out in front. Giambi was. Bloomquist playing so deep up the middle. He doesn't have a chance at a play at Giambi. The Rockies this year, 6 for 20. They've hit 300 with 3 grand slams on the year. Hernandez, 1 for 4.
Well, Hernandez has one of the grand slams. Hit it over the scoreboard in right. This is in the air to left center field. Cargo will tag, and he'll just bluff as this ball was thrown in pretty quickly by Parra, who has a very strong arm. Wasn't deep enough, and that run is not an important run. You got to get that one home, but you need a couple more. That's the tying run. Richie Dower is going to send him. 2 outs. Dexter Fowler at the plate. Dexter right now, over the last 24 hours, as hot as anybody in the Rockies lineup.
Right guy to have up right now. Triple, a walk, line drive to first.
3 for 3 last night, single, double, triple. Now you just hope Dex can hit one of those gaps with EY, the trail runner. Dexter's been solid with runners in scoring position this year. 7 for 21, including 4 for 10 with 2 outs. Had good numbers with the bases jammed in his career. 8th inning, bases loaded. And if Dex can keep it going, you have Kadire behind him.
Pretty good swing on a high fastball there. Pitch thrown at 96 miles an hour. Trying to get it in on his hands. Dexter got his hands inside the baseball. That type of pitch for Dexter, that's that ball into left center field.
Cargo at third, he singled. Todd walked. Infield hit for Giambi, and EY is pinch running for him. 1 and 2 with 2 outs. Three and 2. This game has been absolute agony and torture for the two managers. So the runners will be moving 3 and 2 on Dexter. Ball 4. Hernandez has just walked in a run. It is 7-5 with Michael Kadire coming up. Diego asked Puts to get 4 outs. That's the decision crossing the mind of Kirk Gibson as he sends Charles Nagy to the mound.
Well, they head to Kansas City. Their next off day, just like the Rockies, next Thursday, the 24th. So they've got business to hand to ask the closer to do that.
Yeah, but as you well know, George, you got to win today before you worry about tomorrow.
Yeah, right guy at the plate right now too, I think, with Michael Kadire.
And Kadire, speaking of grand slams, Rockies with 3. Mentioned Hernandez has 1. Kadire has 1. The third pinch hit grand slam, Todd Helton. So here we go. A single, and this game's tied up. And you have great speed at first also in the go-ahead run with Dexter now at first. Here's the 1-0. Yeah, I don't know how this matchup will turn out, George, but I like it because Kadire has a slow heartbeat.
Yes, he does, and that's what you like, is this guy up at the plate. Part of the reasoning I had with the right guy at the right time at the plate.
1-1. Ground ball to third, and it's bobbled by Roberts. He doesn't have a play. 7-6. A routine ground ball, and Brian Roberts just didn't catch the baseball.
6 there for Roberts on the year, too. It appeared to me that he was looking to see where Kadire was. He was playing so deep and back that I think his concern was, am I going to be able to get Kadire at first? See how deep he is. This ball comes right to him, just lackadaisical. With the handling of the glove, the leather didn't work well for Roberts there.
Marco Scutaro. Rockies down a run. EY at third. Dexter at second. The two guys you'd handpick to be in scoring position. And a quality hack by Scutaro. Big gap in left center field. Parra has swung around about 10 yards toward right center. Not surprisingly, with Hernandez, a guy who throws very hard. Two-strike count on Marco. Typically with Marco, now the battle just begins. Again, the toughest man in baseball this year to strike out.
0 for 8 in their matchups. And again, that's the American League matchup. And Hernandez in Baltimore and Scutaro playing in Boston.
You're in that bury a slider count, George, and you got Eric Young at third, and Hernandez knows it.
Got to bury it, though. You got to go with the pitch you think you have the best opportunity to get them out with.
One, two. He went slider, and it was blocked by Montero.
How many pitchers have we seen today get to 1-2, 0-2 counts, but yet don't have a put-away pitch or a put-away attitude? Here's the slider, so far off the plate, I don't know that you could induce a swing with that.
Marco's had two good hacks at the fastball, 2-2. And this one's fouled off.
Something that Hernandez is not used to doing. That's 32 pitches in 1 inning. Used to a lot faster work with the baseball and getting through innings.
Well, the Royals will be pleased about that. That's where Arizona goes next. And it is 3-2 on Scutaro. 2 outs. Young at third, Fowler at second, Kadire at first. 7-6 Arizona in the 8th.
Hernandez trying to deep breathe himself to relax a little bit here. Most pitches he's thrown in a game all year is 33. He's tied that with the last pitch.
Here we go, 3-2. Not close, it's all tied up. David Hernandez has walked in the tying run. And by the way, we've got tacos. The Rockies will now go to the last man on their bench, Willeen Rosario. He will pinch hit, but he will not face Hernandez. Kirk Gibson making his way to the mound. His star setup man has struggled here on the Coors Field mound, trying to protect a 3-run lead. Knotted up at 7. 7 now in the 8th inning. Bases still loaded. Rosario coming up. Who wants tacos? You'll get them tomorrow. Fans, the Rockies have scored 7 runs. Don't forget to go to your participating Colorado Taco Bell locations tomorrow between 4 and 6 to get your Rockies taco special. Feed your Rockies fever only at Taco Bell. Brad Ziegler is now in, and Rosario, the final position player on the Rockies bench.
Ziegler, a low submarine guy. He'll throw fastball, slider, and he throws a lot of strikes.
This is a line drive to right, and it is caught by Upton. Rockies have caught the D-backs. We'll go to the 9th. Online only at southwest.com. Rockies 7, Diamondbacks 7, in what could best be described as one of the ugliest games we have seen in a while. But the Rockies have a chance to steal one as we go to center field and touch base with Joel Klatt. Joel?
All right, Drew. Well, we got a bee problem today. There's no doubt about it. Both of the Animal Kingdom variety as well as the base on ball variety. We'll get into all that on the Toyota postgame show. Plus, Jordan Pacheco goes deep for his first home run of the season. And as always, we'll get into the clubhouse when this thing finishes up. Toyota postgame show coming up right after the game.
All right, Joel. Rosario will be at third base.
And you're going to bring in your closer, give him the opportunity to hold things right here in line. Pollock will lead it off, followed by Parra and Willie Bloomquist. Rosario making his second appearance at third base.
So A.J. Pollock against Rafael Betancourt. Rockies will have Cargo, Tulowitzki, and Helt in the 9th inning. Betancourt trying to set the stage for somebody's heroics. Soft liner, glove by Tulowitzki. Good to be 6'3". That'll bring up Gerardo Parra. Parra today is 0 for 3 and a couple of walks. Willie Bloomquist on deck didn't walk. Kubel hasn't walked. Roberts hasn't walked. Everybody else among the position players has at least 1 walk. 9 walks allowed by the Rockies today.
And the Diamondbacks 6 walks. You don't watch many big league games that have 15 walks in them.
You don't, and you shouldn't. It's not big league baseball. That's no other way to describe that.
Well, unfortunately, it's not baseball anywhere when you do that.
You're
it's
right.
bad.
You are right, partner. One ball, 1 strike. 1 and 2 on Parra. Well, here's good news. The Rockies, George, in the 9th inning, have outscored the opposition 19-10.
Well, this day, hopefully, you only need just 1.
That man will lead it off next inning. And he has the flair for the dramatic. Alex White tomorrow will open up that series in interleague play against the Mariners.
Mariners playing in Cleveland today, and they lost 6-5.
They went extra innings in that game also. That game went 11. Parra hits this ball deep to right field. Kadyr's going to have to field it off the wall, and it's going to be a 1-out double.
Parra 1 for 6 in his career. Prior to that at bat against Rafael Betancourt, curveball hung right in the middle of the plate. Parra with a lot of topspin. This ball stayed in the park, but it hit the chicken wire right out there on the auxiliary seat, and Kadyr's waiting on it to come back off of there. It didn't, so he had to chase it down.
David Hernandez, who gave up the 3 runs in the 8th inning, only 1 of the runs was earned because of that error that would have gotten him out of the inning at 7-5, the error by Ryan Roberts. Willie Bloomquist has driven in 2 today. And taken off for third and stealing it easily is Parra.
Yeah, he's done that a lot.
Betancourt is slow to the plate. And that's a big bag there because now you have to pull the infield in. That's enormous.
And it is a huge bag. Look at him. He's being held on a little bit, but just a gigantic to jump there. No chance for Ramon Hernandez at all. 9 stolen bags on the season now for Parra. Plus everything else comes into play now. You know, fly ball into dirt, back to the screen. There's all kinds of things that come into play here with that stolen base and just 1 out.
1 strike on Bloomquist.
Kind of a little thing that Bloomquist did, though. Bloomquist actually stuck the bat out, trying to just to decoy a little bit on Hernandez, and it was called a strike, so it's an 0-2 count. Upton 0 for 6 in his career against Betancourt.
You got an inexperienced guy at third base defensively in Rosario, but it's an 0-2 count. Parra's bounced way down the line, and it's fouled off.
Arizona started this ball game with runners in scoring position 0 for 5. Since that, they've gone 7 for their last 10.
Well, the fact that you've had 15 opportunities with runners in scoring position.
Yeah, exactly.
0-2, swung on and missed. Enormous strikeout for Rafael Betancourt. 2 gone. The infield will drop back, and Justin Upton will come up.
Things do change now. Heater that didn't really necessarily hit the right location, but it had some movement right at the end. It rode right in on the hands. And Bloomquist doesn't catch up to it, swung right underneath the baseball.
You know, Betancourt, George, for a guy that's typically 91, 92, occasionally a little bit more than that, he defines what hitters, pitchers will say has late life on the fastball, because he gets a lot of swings and misses.
Short, quick arm action. The ball may be 88, 89, it might be 90, but it'll come at you much harder than that at 92, 93. The last one at 93, but it appears to the plate much harder. Upton this year has struggled. 3 for 27 with runners in scoring position. Rocky shading him to right center with Dexter Fowler.
Here's the 0-1.
Staying strictly away from Upton, and a lot of times when you're trying to cheat on the fastball or you're getting beat by the fastball, the front shoulder pulls, so does the bottom half, and you try to counter that as a pitcher by staying away in the strike zone. Right now, Betancourt has done a good job of that.
One, two. That's wasted into the upper deck, and Betancourt will walk to the back of the mound. Get ready to do it again. Right field and deep. Kadire going back, and it is gone. The slumping Justin Upton has hit a 9th inning 2-run home run with 2 outs.
There is a lot of lightning in that bottle. We know that with Justin Upton. I mean, he is a guy that has struggled. Mentioned the runners in scoring position. Hasn't lived up to the numbers he wanted to at the start of this year, but that's his 4th home run. And the one guy that has stood behind him through and through has been Kirk Gibson. Waiting for just this type of moment to happen for Justin Upton, and it just happened.
The Rockies, George, have given up runs in 5 straight innings, going back to the 5th inning. Single runs, 5, 6, and 7. 4 in the 8th, and now 2 in the 9th. Miguel Montero. Betancourt came within a strike of getting the Rockies to the dugout, still tied at 7. But Justin Upton, who's been in a difficult period at the plate, hit the opposite field 2-run home run. This is popped to left field. Upton had been 8 for his prior 51. 9-7 Arizona. The Rockies will try to put another rally together. Carlos Gonzalez, Troy Tulowitzki, Todd Helton. have a 9-7 lead. Can the Rockies rally one more time? We'll find out here in moments. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Colorado Rockies and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Colorado Rockies. Justin Upton's first home run since May the 2nd. It ended an 8-for-51 slide for Upton. Carlos Gonzalez started the rally in the 8th inning with a single. J.J. Putz looking for his 7th save of the year. He has an unsightly ERA, but with relievers, you don't really pay that close attention to ERA because they're typically working an inning at a time. So you have one bad outing, it'll take a month to repair the ERA.
It's all between the ears with a lot of these guys that maintain it for over a period of time, and he's done that for a period of time. When healthy, be one of the best in baseball.
1-0 on Gonzalez. And a bullet base hit. So Carlos will get Tulowitzki to the plate, representing the tying run. And one of the problems, George, is after Helton, who's on deck, it's now the pitcher spot, and the Rockies don't have a position player left.
That's where you start to look at who is your best hitting pitcher that's not in a ball game right now. That's what you got to look at.
Well, unfortunately, they don't have a Mike Hampton on their bench. The choice would be Drew Pomerantz, but Drew Pomerantz is in AAA now.
So that's not an option.
Chacin is another guy that's throwing out good at bats this year, but he's on the disabled list.
That's not an option.
So you're probably looking at an Alex White or maybe a Christian Friedrich, though White goes tomorrow, and a lot of times managers are reluctant to do that. There's a base hit to left. So here comes Todd Helton. This is earlier this year. Todd Helton against J.J. Putz. A walk-off home run. Twice in the spring against the same guy. What do you think?
Sure, why not?
Helton's aware of it, and even more so the guy on the hill, J.J. Putz. 2 on, nobody out.
Alex White is the player that has come out into the on-deck circle to pinch hit.
Outside, ball 1. 9 runs, 13 hits for Arizona, 7 runs, 11 hits for the Rockies.
None of these saves have been easy for Putz. Runs allowed 5 of 12 appearances this year. 4 of his last 8 he has allowed a run.
Two and 0. 2-0. And that's not close. 3-0. This has been a bad baseball game that suddenly turned very entertaining.
It has, hasn't it? The last 5 innings have been very entertaining. The Diamondbacks 9 runs, the Rockies 3 runs.
3-0 on Helton. And Helton drives a base hit to center field. Gonzalez will stop at third out of respect for Parazar in a 2-run game. And now Alex White, who when he signed up thought that he'd be a pitcher, and you know, if he could throw out an occasional hit here and there in one of his starts, it'd be a good thing. He'd get an attaboy from the manager. Now he's up as a pinch hitter with the bases loaded, nobody out, and his club down 2 runs.
And a chance, a big chance to tie this thing up. 1 for 5 as a hitter. Nagy out to visit again. Let's get an out. Knock the ball down, get the out, make the play. Reynolds warming up in the Rockies bullpen. He's the last. Everybody else has been used. Segursti, the left-hander, still there. Colemanter, the other right-hander. But it's going to be Putz's ball game till over with. Take a pitch till you get a strike.
And it's ball 1 on Alex White. Alex White 1 for 5 this year in his 2 starts. He had a hit last year also. That's a scorecard indicative of a long day. 2-1. Heard managers, George, in crazy situations like this tell the pitcher, I don't want you to swing, I want you to be a statue, because they don't want to see a double play.
No, they don't want to see a double play ball.
That's a borderline pitch called a strike. Very easily could have been 3-1. It's 2-2, caught part of the Ford strike zone. We'll find out right here if White was instructed to swing or not. 3-2. I have to believe the instructions were don't swing the bat. Just by just watching his actions.
I don't know that it's so much don't swing the bat at all, but it better be something you can really hit if you're going to swing it. He got a decent swing, but he's not, obviously, he's a pitcher. He's 1 for 5. I guarantee you it was take till you get a strike.
3-2. Strike 3. So White is gone. And that'll bring up Ramon Hernandez with 1 gone.
Can't believe it was called a strike. And you know, Andrew, the more you look at it, think of it, don't hit the double plate, don't get hurt. There's 9th reason saying not to swing the bat. Now it's Hernandez's shot. He's 1 for 7. Career-wise against Putz was, here he goes. They're in middle. Infield's going to be back, corner back. They'll give up the run, try to turn a double play ball. Outfield has to not play double prevent.
Ground ball to third, to second, to 1 on to first, double play, and Arizona survives. The Rockies load the bases with nobody out, but Arizona survives. 9-7 victory for the Diamondbacks. And the Rockies' mini 2-game win streak is over on a day where they walked far too many. Our Jimmy John's delivery of the game. Top of the 9th inning, 2 outs, a man on. The slumping Justin Upton on a 1-2 pitch goes opposite field. We've seen him do that before. Over the scoreboard in right. A 2-run would prove to be game-winning home run for Justin Upton. Brought to you by Jimmy John's, America's favorite sandwich delivery guys. Visit jimmyjohns.com to find a location near you. Ziegler gets the win. Betancourt the loss. Puts his 7th save. The Toyota postgame show is next.